10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As of now, I
15
don't
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is
AGI.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Estimates now.
15 seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president, Senator.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
And we are back. We are live. It is Monday, July 6th, 2026. It's the day after 4th of July weekend. You can see I'm wearing my red, white, and blue. I'm wearing my American flag pin. And this is because not only is it the 250th anniversary of America, but we are also playing in the round of 16 in the World Cup today against Belgium, which is going to be interesting. And it's going to be a very 50-50 game. You know, last game against Bosnia was easy. This is going to be a little tougher. And the next game is going to be either Portugal or Spain, and that's going to be even tougher. So, you know, my dream of the USA winning the World Cup, you know, as I've dreamed since I was just a small child, 3 weeks ago, might actually come to fruition, I hope. Yeah, MTS is just monitoring the soccer now. That's what we do. Well, I don't know if you saw the game yesterday. It was England versus Mexico. It was crazy, very eventful. England got red carded. They eventually won 3-2. And then before that was Brazil versus Norway, where Erling Haaland from Norway scored 2 goals. And then Neymar, who is like a million years old now and completely washed, got like a free penalty kick, and he got it. But yeah, it's kind of over for him. It's kind of over for Brazil too. Like, they used to be indisputably the best soccer country in the world, and now they're beaten by a country with 5 million people. Norway has 5 million people. So I guess we should deep dive. Who is this guy, Erling Haaland? He has this incredible Viking physiognomy. Like, I've never seen a guy that looks like this in real life. I was saying earlier, like, you know, my ancestral blood memory is telling me I should be scared of this guy. A bunch of guys that look like this probably killed a bunch of my ancestors in like the, you know, western floodplains of Europe and England. So I guess it's kind of fitting that Haaland is playing against England. That's right. He's a Norwegian professional footballer who plays as a striker for Man City and the Norway national team. Regarded as one of the best players in the world and the greatest Norwegian player of all time, he's known for speed, strength, positioning, and finishing inside the box. I don't know what that means. I'm kind of a LARPer. Guys. I'm not that much of a soccer fan. His father was a professional soccer player who played for Leeds United and Man City. These are like real teams, and competed in the World Cup for Norway. So Erling Haaland was actually born in England, interestingly, because his father was at the time playing for the Premier League, Leeds United. And then when he was 3, he moved back to Norway, to the small town in Norway. Norway is a very small country. So the town that Holland grew up in, Bryn, Norway, has 13,000 people. Pretty small. Yeah, so he was like a giga athlete as a kid. He took part in handball, golf, and track and field. He reportedly achieved a world record for the standing long jump when he was 5, at 5'4" Wow, that's like really impressive for a 5-year-old. He's also 6'5" now, which is quite tall for soccer players. Right, average height of pro footballer. Soccer. Yeah, about 6 foot. So you don't need to be super tall to be good at soccer. Like all the players on the Mexican team, for example, were like 5'6", and they did all right. They almost won. Almost. Handball is interesting. You would expect almost that handball would be more popular than soccer because it's so much faster and like higher scoring. But I guess not. I guess the people want football more than handball. So Holland played for Bryn, his hometown. He played for Molde, which was like another Norwegian team. He was just always really good all the time. This seems to be the case with these like soccer superstars. They were just never bad ever. They were always just like incredible as soon as they touched the ball. And then, you know, they spend years and years doing this all the time professionally. So he moved up from when he was like 17, 18. He went to Red Bull Salzburg, which is like a real football team. Scored a hat trick, was in the Champions League, then Borussia Dortmund from the Bundesliga, which is another huge league. It's like the German league. And then now he's at Man City. He wears the blue. I've just like never followed Premier League football ever. Maybe I will now. I don't know which team I'm going to root for. Let's see. So we got 2 golden boots. The golden boot is like the award that they give the top scorers. Yeah, that's right. The player with the most points in league matches. So he gets a crazy amount of goals. He's an incredible goal scorer. Wow, so he's going to be, it's an extremely long deal. He's going to be at Man City till 2034. Wow. Earning £500,000 per week. So that's $668,000 basically, times 52 weeks in a year. So that is 34.8 million a year, which is actually slightly more than Messi makes at Inter Miami, interestingly. He makes 28.3, but Messi's old. Yeah, Messi's 38. Holland is 25. So an international career. I don't think he was in the last World Cup. I don't know why he wasn't. Why was Holland not in the last World Cup? Oh, because Norway didn't qualify. That makes sense. So this is his first World Cup. Obviously, he's doing incredibly well. He has 7 goals, which is tied with Mbappe and Messi for the most goals out of anyone. And let's see, Norway in the 2026 World Cup. So let's see, the group stage, that's right, they beat Iraq 4-1. It was crazy. Holland got 2 goals in that one. Then they beat Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire, 2-1. Holland got a goal in that one. He scores in every game. It's crazy. And then Brazil, he got both goals in that game. Oh, there already was. I didn't know this. There already was a group stage game between Norway and France. where France won very hard. I think Holland was benched for that one. I think they kind of lost this one on purpose because they didn't need it in order to qualify. Yeah, then they beat Senegal 3-2. That's a real scoring game. Holland scored twice. Personal life, let's see. He changed the spelling of his surname. He's a real chill guy, it seems. He's a practitioner of meditation. He also owns a large collection of luxury handbags. I mean, what else are you going to spend all of your money on if you make $30 million a year? I guess that makes sense. Seems like an interesting lifestyle to live, where it's like, if you're a pro footballer, you're like working really hard. You're like in the boot camp all the time, but you also get paid like many millions of dollars a year every year. I don't know, like when you get to spend the money and on what. It's interesting. Anyway, I think this is also allegedly a tech show. We'll also be talking about technology, like Broadcom and Apple, which, if my computer loads, Broadcom and Apple extend their tie-up to 2031 with new custom chips. So Broadcom said that it will provide new custom chips to Apple in an expanded partnership that now runs through 2031. That is a long time. Any sort of partnership that lasts like 5 years in AI land is a long time. So the companies will partner on ASIC silicon. They will be found in multiple generations of Apple products. So who manufactures Apple's chips currently? Let's see. Who currently manufactures Apple chips? TSMC, that makes sense. And some Samsung and Intel. Let's see. What is... searching the web. In the meantime, we'll look at this article again. Apple is developing its own N1 chip. So Broadcom is just a chip designer? Broadcom, oh, they manufacture as well. Is Broadcom fabless? So they design chips, but they don't manufacture them. I guess designing chips is really hard. Okay, Apple's entire chip lineup. The A series, the A19, A19 Pro. And then the M series. These go in the powerful things. So who manufactures them? Yeah, so like if you are a manufacturer of any tech products like Apple, you are currently trying to scramble for as much compute and memory capacity as you can possibly get your hands on, because the AI labs are really competing for it, and there's just not enough. We need to be making a lot more chips and a lot more memory. Apple's working on AI server chips. Interesting. Is it true that Apple is working on server chips? What for? What Apple is already doing, private cloud compute. They don't do that much hyperscaling. I think they do some hyperscaling. What's genuinely new, dedicated AI server chips. Claude just loves this word genuinely. Every single time you do anything with Claude, it's genuinely. What they're for, powering Apple Intelligence and Siri from the cloud. Siri entirely powered by Apple-owned data centers? Because Apple does not have that much infrastructure. Okay, there are really 3 layers to it. On device, so the lightest AI tasks run locally. Then there's private cloud compute. Oh, but then like a lot of Siri, some of Siri is powered by Gemini and chat. Several of these details come from press reporting rather than official confirmation. They don't like to confirm very specific details about chip deals. Let's see. So speaking of chips, chips need memory, and one such memory manufacturer is SK Hynix. And SK Hynix is doing an additional listing in the US today. It's a South Korean company, so it's a public company in South Korea. You can, I think, already buy depository receipts. But now they're going to be selling more ADRs. So SK Hynix is now one of the largest companies in the world. You can see this like ridiculous, absurd stock price chart, which does not even look real. It's just like, what do you even say? It's like it's just vertical. Like this is what AI demand does to industries. So SK Hynix now is a over $1 trillion company. If we see the list of top companies by market cap, SK Hynix is the 15th largest in the world at 1.085 trillion. There are 16 companies that are in the Trilly Club. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, TSMC, SpaceX, these are all above 2 trillion. And then Broadcom, Saudi Aramco, Tesla, Meta, Samsung, Micron, Berkshire, SK Hynix, and Eli Lilly. These are all over $1 trillion. And most of these are tech companies. Some of them are key AI supply chain companies. So Hynix, Micron, and Samsung are all major memory manufacturers. You might know Samsung as, a company that makes cell phones or washing machines. I think I have a Samsung washing machine. No, I don't. It's Bosco washing, or Bosch. Is Bosch German? Do they still manufacture these in Germany? It is. Founded in 1886. Anyway, some of these are just sort of big infra companies. So like Saudi Aramco is an energy company. Berkshire Hathaway is a big conglomerate that owns a lot of stuff and is also kind of an energy and infrastructure company. They own BNSF, which is like the largest railroad in the US. And they own Berkshire Hathaway Energy. So Berkshire is actually secretly like a physical infrastructure, like hard tech company. And then we have chip makers. So Broadcom designs a lot of chips. TSMC makes a lot of chips. And NVIDIA, of course, also designs lots of chips. And then the rest of these companies are, mostly tech. Eli Lilly, of course, is a pharmaceutical company, very technical. So the firm's stock has rallied like 3 or 4x this year from an already quite high baseline. The offering has already drawn more orders than their ADRs available. Yeah. So the top buyers include Bailey Gifford, who I actually don't know much about Bailey Gifford. I do know that they invested in the last round of Anthropic. British investment management firm, founded in Edinburgh in 1908, with offices in New York and London. So maybe the UK will somehow be saved by, they're still one of the great finance hubs of the world despite everything. And maybe like British finance will just invest in the labs and it will save them. It happened with Bailey Gifford. And then Cotu, we know Cotu is Philippe Lafonte's tech investment management firm. Wow. Global presence with offices in New York City, Menlo Park, London, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. They also make really good investment decks. The Cotu takes are really interesting. Chart of the day, Codex adoption. That's really interesting, actually. This is really interesting. Let's take a look at this. So Cotu made this chart of internal OpenAI functions. What % of their output tokens are generated on Codex, I assume, as opposed to ChatGPT. And with coding, it really ramped up in late 2025 and crossed the halfway mark at the end of the year, roughly. This is also right about in November, December when Opus 4.5 came out and when Claude Code had its first big viral moment, even though Claude Code came out in February of 2025. No one knows this. And now, engineering at OpenAI does not generate tokens with ChatGPT anymore. It's all Codex. With finance, recruiting, and legal, this didn't start to ramp until February. And now the numbers are almost as high as they are for engineering and will continue to grow higher, which shows that agentic AI platforms are eating a lot of white-collar functions and not just engineering. Maybe we'll rabbit hole more of these Cotu charts later. And then the third big anchor investor is, of course, situational awareness. I guess now they're calling it situational awareness partners. I thought it was just called situational awareness LP. Are there going to be more partners? Let's take a look. The website still just calls it situational awareness. And I think the only partner is Leopold. I mean, there's limited partners, but I think the only investment partner is Leopold. Where is the... There it is. So the anchor investors of situational awareness are Patrick Collison, John Collison, Nat Friedman, and Daniel Gross. Really cracked list. So Hynix joins a rush of tech giants tapping the market's deep pools of capital to fund AI infra build-out. That's right. America has incredibly deep, incredibly liquid capital markets. There's just like billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars floating around for somebody to grab. And SK Hynix is doing exactly that. ADRs will begin trading on July 10th. This will be among the top 3 first-time share sales ever, up there with Saudi Aramco. And remember, when Saudi Aramco went public, it was like 1.7 trillion in value, and they sold tons of stock. Each ADR represents a tenth of a common share. Wow. So the shares fell 3.4% in Korea on Monday. I don't know why. Dilution or something? So Hynix's early shift to embrace HBM, that was a big deal. U.S. investors are betting that robust AI-related demand represents a secular growth story for memory stocks, which have traditionally been viewed as more cyclical in nature. Yeah, this is true. Like, hard to imagine that this is not the case. There's just huge AI demand. How would this be cyclical? How would, I guess, the cycle end with less demand than we're seeing now? Yep, large companies have scrambled to raise prices to manage the rising cost of memory chips. So Apple recently raised the prices of their Macs and their iPads. Microsoft raised the price of the Xbox. Nintendo raised the price of the Switch. It's really eating into their margins, and they have to raise prices. You can maybe exchange between ADRs and Korean shares. I don't know why you would or wouldn't. Oh, this is funny from MTS. Claude appealed Balogun's red card, make no mistakes. So if you're not a soccer ball knower, in the last game that the U.S. played against Bosnia and Herzegovina, one of our top guys, Faloran Balogun, was red carded based on. It was not a good red card, I think. It was like he had kicked this guy's ankle by accident in a normal soccer collision, and then nothing happened, and then the ref went to VAR. They do this thing where they do like they draw a square and then they like run like this to the VAR and check it, and then run back out. And they're like, red card. So in soccer, a red card means you're off for the rest of the game. Your team can't substitute someone in to replace you, so they're down a man. They have to play with 10 players instead of 11, so they have one guy less than the other team, which puts them at a disadvantage for the rest of the game. And red-carded players can't play the next game either. It's a pretty big penalty. I don't know if there's any equivalent to this in American sports at all, where you can get banned for multiple games, unless it's like gambling or like collusion or something. Is there any equivalent to the red card multiple game ban in American sports? Anyway, though, something happened that caused FIFA to do the very rare action of suspending Balogun's red card, so he can now play today against Belgium. That something was probably Donald Trump calling Gianni Infantino, who's the president of FIFA, and requesting that they review the red card. So, yeah, let's see this Guardian explainer. Donald Trump has been conspicuous by his absence so far at the World Cup. Yeah, that is true. Wonder why he hasn't been to a game. He had not mentioned the tournament on social media since offering some bland recognition on June 28th. Yeah, he says, thank you to FIFA for doing what was right and reversing a great injustice. So, what happened to him? Yeah, this is the shot. He accidentally stepped on the guy's ankle. This angle makes it look way more nefarious than it actually was. It really wasn't all that. Red cards are for like serious offenses. Let's see. In hockey, okay, so you can get ejected from a game in American sports, although I don't think your team has to play down someone. I think they can sub someone in. If the conduct was serious, if you fight people or do something violent, then they can suspend you for multiple games. Technical fouls accumulate across the season, and once a player crosses the threshold, they get an automatic one-game suspension. Okay, why the... Never heard this word spelled like that. I guess this is the British spelling of furor, as in anger. Interesting. In a surprise announcement, FIFA said that under Article 27 of its disciplinary code, the sending off would be rescinded, although the red card will remain on Balogun's record, and if he commits another infringement of a similar nature and gravity, he will serve as one-game ban. This has already been invoked in the past. It's not unprecedented. It was used on Ronaldo. He was given a 3-game ban? What? Ronaldo 3-match ban? How did that happen? Oh, he elbowed a guy in a World Cup qualifier, and then he ended up only serving 1 out of the 3-game bans, so that he could play in the first 2 games of the World Cup. And he was, kind of disappointing compared to other people his age, like Messi. And then in 1962, another superstar got this. Sources have told The Guardian that Trump made 3 calls to FIFA starting from Wednesday to ensure the change was made. And Belgium obviously is very annoyed about this. And said that they would try to appeal it. I don't know if FIFA will overturn a decision that they made a couple days ago for a game that starts in like 8 hours. Let's see. USA starting. I guess we've ticked up to 54%. Let's see, USA versus Belgium. Where are our player props? Who will be starting? USA starters. Flair and Balogun, 95%. This is crazy. Yesterday morning, you could have bought yes on Flair and Balogun starting at 1% and made like 100x your money. So that's pretty huge. And then other starters include... Yeah, these guys, Malik Tillman, Christian Pulisic, Alex Friedman. Yeah, excited for these guys. Let's take a look at some more of these Code2 charts because they're so cool. The software handoff with Max Cook. We're in the early innings of the largest tech wave in history. With each wave, we see handoffs and leadership. Oh, I see. Market leadership. Wow. So if we look at enterprise companies in 1999, like a lot of these companies don't even exist anymore. Wow. So Siebel, Symantec, PeopleSoft. Citrix, Veritas. Wow. Never even heard of a lot of these. And then in 2021, a lot of these companies are not top market leaders. Twilio, Atlassian, Autodesk, Intuit, Adobe. And now the top SaaS companies, we do notice that the top SaaS company in every era was Microsoft, which is crazy dominance. Very impressive. And Oracle has also been close to the top, and IBM has also been on every iteration of this list, as well as SAP. So Pretty impressive. Not Adobe anymore. Adobe's no longer in the top 15. I think Adobe stock has really struggled the last few years or so. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. It peaked in 2021, and now they are cooked. Somehow, in 2022, the markets were pricing in 2022 through 23. The markets are pricing in AI being very good for Adobe, but now they think it's going to be very bad for Adobe. And it sure seems like it. So then AI today, we have Anthropic, OpenAI, Palantir, Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike, Databricks, Fortinet, Cloudflare. These are the new enterprise SaaS companies. Okay, chart of the day, Talent Mobility Index. Tracks how freely top tech talent can move in a given year. So this is marking where these big tech companies were founded, when these big tech companies were founded. Quarterly net new ARR. AI labs have added tons of quarterly net new ARR. $7 billion in Q4 25, $34 billion in Q1, and then 45 estimated in Q2. Huge growth. Phases of physical AI, from fixed task automation to pre-programmed navigation in motion to early visual language action models, and now they have like a lot of interesting stuff, including Waymo and Pi and Tesla. Chart, monthly volume on Kalshi, crazy. All right, let's look for some more interesting information, some more top stories of the day. This one's actually really interesting. Reddit is cracking down on AI marketing slop with its own AI. It's really becoming an arms race between people creating AI content and people figuring out ways to identify and shut down AI content. Reddit is battling a new kind of spam, stealth marketing content created by brands that want to get mentioned by popular AI chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini. Let's see. What are some of the worst offending subreddits here? It's got to be like r/am I the asshole. It would be cool to have like a Pangram browser extension. Let's see, top this month on AITA. This one's not AI. This one's not AI. Not AI. Probably not. Let's see, which subreddits are the worst? Like a lot of these stories are like full AI slop. Reddit announced that improved automated systems caught 25,000 spammy posts and comments a day during the first quarter, reducing exposure for users by 20%. I wonder if they're using Pangram. Growing practice of generative engine optimization, or GEO, which is like search engine optimization, but it's like trying to figure out how to get your company's stuff out in the training data So it gets picked up on by the LMs. There's a startup, Reach LLM, which works with brands to boost their citations and AI responses by creating content on the social media site. Yeah, this seems like just bad. This seems like just pollution of the commons. No different from like fabricating reviews on Amazon or whatever. This is actually surprising to me. So in the second half of 2025, community moderators were responsible for only half of post and comment removals. I thought it would be way more than that. Anyway, Reddit used to be so much better. So much better. Oh my God. It's unbelievable how much better Reddit used to be compared to what it is now. It's just sad. Let's see. Top. Let's see r/biohacking. r/biohackers. Here we are. Let's look at top of the past month. Deoxyribose. I know every sleep hack except the one where you actually go to sleep. Not seeing much product promotion. Oh yeah, Trump taking Reddit True Tide. That was so funny. Swapped from eating chicken to tuna nearly every day and ended up with mercury poisoning. Yeah, it really sucks that there's so much mercury poisoning, or there's so much mercury in tuna, because it would just be like an incredible like staple food if it wasn't full of mercury. Garlic is a true superfood. Okay. So I'm not seeing huge product placement. Maybe Reddit is actually good at filtering out this content. Anyway, China is cracking down on AI companions. So ByteDance and Alibaba have pulled their AI companions as Beijing tightens rules. Doubao, China's most popular AI chatbot, will shut down a feature on July 15th that allows users to customize their own AI personas, which is basically like what character AI was, for those of us who remember, who were around during that time. What are current Chinese regulations on AI companions? Quen, Tencent's Yuanbao, and others have issued similar alerts. New Beijing regulations taking effect in mid-July to tighten oversight on human-like AI services. So new rules that were first unveiled in April. That's right, Character AI, which I mentioned earlier, which, by the way, was founded by Noam Shazir, who was at Google, who returned to Google when he was acqui-hired away from Character AI and is now going to be starting at OpenAI. Two Chinese robotics industry groups are pushing for tighter ethical safeguards just as a massive commercial surge in companion bots and full-size humanoids hits consumers' homes. Ooh, ethical safeguards. Okay, so I cannot speak Chinese, so I'm going to have Claude translate this. Maybe I'll have Fable translate it. Maybe Fable will translate better. I missed Fable. What a great model. It really is the best model that exists currently. Well, that the public has access to. I'm sure it's not actually the best model that exists. Interim measures for the administration of AI anthropomorphic interaction services by the Cyberspace Administration of China. Wow. They're hereby promulgated and shall take effect on July 15th, next week. Or a little more than next week, but still. general provisions promote the healthy development and standardized application of AI anthropomorphic interaction services. So at least they're not saying it's about shutting it down. The state supports independent innovation, advances R&D, and explores research. Okay. Okay, so providers are encouraged to expand applications in areas such as cultural dissemination, child-appropriate care, elderly companionship, and support for special populations. So some companionship is okay, including elderly companionship, because China has a lot of old people. Like the median age of China is like, 40 to 41. Pretty old. It's going to become one of the older populations of the world soon. Okay, the following activities are prohibited. Basically, anything that is anti-Chinese government, promotes historical nihilism. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, let's just go through this. Generating content that endangers national security, honor, and interests. Wow. Generating content that endangers national honor. Incites subversion of state power or overthrow the socialist system, incites separatism or undermines national unity, promotes terrorism, extremism, or historical nihilism. Wow. What is this in this context? Illegal religious activities, ethnic hatred, discrimination, group antagonism, obscenity, pornography, gambling, violence, incitement to crime, rumors, insults, defamation, anything related to self-harm or physical or mental health, state secrets or personal privacy, content for minors that could lead minors to imitate unsafe behavior, develop extreme emotions, or acquire harmful habits. Okay, this one is the key here. Excessively catering to users, including emotional dependence or addiction, or damaging users' real interpersonal relationships. So this rules out a lot of the super addictive chatbots, character AI type chatbots. Using emotional manipulation or similar means to induce users to make unreasonable decisions and harm their lawful rights and interests. Okay, so this is sort of like the duty of loyalty that Americans have talked about implementing in our law. Where the AI has to be loyal to the user and not loyal to the company. Okay, now they're talking about, risk and security and all that. Training, data management, service agreements with users. Okay, where a provider detects a user experiencing extreme emotions, it shall promptly generate content offering emotional comfort and encouraging the user to seek help. Yeah. So this is similar to what American chatbots do. Providers must not offer virtual kinship, virtual romantic partners, or other virtual intimate relationship services to minors. I wonder what the word kinship means here, if anything is lost in translation. Minors mode. So China is also very, child safety pilled, just like America. And then they have much fewer restrictions for the elderly. Providers shall offer convenient exit pathways. That's funny. They must not obstruct exit through continued interaction or other similar tactics. Mobile games are terrible at this. One of the absolute worst, darkest designs that I used to see a lot on Google Chrome was an ad that would pop up, and then after half a second or so, it would teleport up slightly. so that when you were about to hit the X button to close the ad, it would teleport up so you'd accidentally click on the ad itself, which was really annoying, and I'm glad that it's now banned. Okay, providers shall conduct a security assessment. That's interesting. In any of these circumstances, including any time you do an anthropomorphic interaction service or reaching 1 million registered users or 100,000 monthly actives. Security assessments shall focus on security safeguard measures, training data handling, ID emergency response and intervention management, user scale usage duration, age structure, online protection measures for minors and the elderly, handling of user appeals and public complaints, and rectification of major security risks self-identified or flagged by authorities or other key content. So this is sort of different from like security assessments in American AI regulation that focus on more catastrophic risks. Interesting. So what is historical nihilism? A specific term of art in Chinese official and legal language. Oh, I see. It refers to narratives or interpretations of history that challenge, question, or negate the official party account of history, particularly the CCP's revolutionary history, its leaders, its heroes and martyrs, and the legitimacy of its rule. Huh. Yeah. So it's just standard, like, you know, do what the government tells you to do. Very standard in Chinese tech regulation. But it is interesting to go through the actual Chinese regulation on AI companionship and see what they have. Because I don't know if there's any, let's see. Do any US states have similar regulations on AI companionship? Searching the web. Okay, so New York has similar, California, SB 243, Oregon, and Washington. Okay, so a lot of states have adopted such laws. Shared ground, AI disclosure reminders, crisis intervention, minor modes, anti-addiction, and easy exit. Key differences. Obviously, there's no content mandates. China's rule flatly bans virtual romantic partners for all minors, while US states mostly regulate rather than prohibit. It's a genuinely, even Fable says genuinely every single time. Genuinely, genuinely, genuinely. I do appreciate, though, that Fable does this thing slightly less than other models where it will, like, you ask it to write something and it writes like similes or metaphors that just make no sense at all, but they vaguely sound like they could make sense. And so the average like smooth brain on Twitter like eats it up. And let me see if I can find some examples of this actually. At Pangram. Oh yeah, so this is one of them. It was this blog post called "We're Not Fucking Around Anymore" about like the U.S. men's national soccer team, and all the comments were like, "Very good writing, fantastic writing, banger, awesome, fantastic work," and so on. Yeah, you could see it in the body language. Sitting 10 yards deeper than the plan called for. What does that mean? Sitting 10 yards deeper. Deeper into what? A tight loss to a half-decent European side got dressed up as a moral victory. And a moral victory is the thing you hand a crying kid so he'll shut up and eat his cereal. This just makes no sense. Like, actually read the sentence and try to parse what it means. And it doesn't mean anything. 20 miles up the road from Santa Clara, there's a stadium where the 94 side lost 1-0 to Brazil, and half the country decided that was a good day out. Let me fact check that. 1994 U.S. World Cup, Brazil. Yeah, it was this one. Brazil 1-0, 1994. Okay, this one's actually true. There was a game where Brazil beat the U.S. 1-0, and it was at Stanford Stadium, which was 20 miles up the road from Santa Clara. Third of the tournament. He hit the LeBron silencer over the corner flag, and LeBron nodded back at him. And a couple years ago, that would have looked like a kid in his dad's suit. Wednesday, it looked like a guy who'd earned the right to talk. That one's all right. That kind of makes sense. I really don't like the super short sentences. It's like everything has to be these little snippy, tight little sentences. This pattern is just really annoying to me. This one, the goal was the noise. The work was McKenney, 40 yards behind it. What does this mean? The goal was the noise. They didn't sit on the lead like scared money. What does that mean? What is scared money? Anyway, you get the point. It's annoying, and people somehow don't see what I see when I see this. And then we have one more story, which is Solstice is acquiring Element. You've probably never heard of either of these companies. I hadn't either before I read this article this morning. Solstice Advanced Materials, which is a spin-off of Honeywell, which is like a big conglomerate. They do materials, chemicals, energy, industrial automation, aerospace. Solstice is acquiring Element in a $14.5 billion deal, which will create an advanced materials company with a combined enterprise value of $29 billion. So it'll include refrigerants, performance materials for industry, specialty materials for semiconductors, electronics, and automotives. Oh, what's that? Specialty materials for semiconductors? Well, that's what the entire economy is based on now. So the addition of Element will really round out the electronics portfolio. There's just like, when you see the semiconductor supply chain, there are so many companies that are each in the billions of dollars of market cap just because the market is so big that do things that you just never think about. Like, semiconductor manufacturing is just this really complicated process. And there's steps within steps within steps. And each one of these steps, has some company that has to do it and makes huge money doing so. It's really just an intricate, beautiful thing. It's like, there are cathedrals everywhere for those with the eyes to see. Anyway, that's our state of the timeline, state of the news. We'll be right back in a few minutes with Rob Henderson. We are back. We are live with Rob Henderson, who is the author of Rob Henderson's newsletter. He's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. He's a best-selling author of Troubled, a memoir of foster care, family, and social class. And we're going to talk about ideas, about status, about writing, and about how work will even matter in the future of automation. So, Rob, welcome to MTS.
Hey, thanks, Theo. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. So let's go through the Twitter and let's see some of these takes.
Sure.
Much of male striving begins with an ancient desire to stand above others. Men are inclined to seek status for its own sake. It's intrinsically satisfying. Human males have a general program installed that propels them to stand out among other males, even if no women are present. Really. Most guys would prefer to be poor but romantically appealing than rich but romantically shunned. So, really, you think that status matters more to people than money? Is this the take? Or more to men, I guess?
Not quite. It's just that, well, in this case, money is often a means to status, but then status in itself is often, used as an instrument to obtain something more desirable, at least for men, which is romantic partners. So if you look throughout history at tyrannical male despots, they have this habit of accumulating large harems of young women once they acquire lots of power.
And
And
all
so,
cult leaders,
that's right.
like
Yeah,
every
with
single
cult
one.
leaders, yeah, well, it always starts with, a guy with long hair who plays the guitar and talks about breaking out of the system, breaking out of the matrix, and then eventually it turns into bring me all your teenage daughters. It's funny how you see that pattern repeat. And so this is kind of characteristic of male psychology. There have been very powerful female leaders in history. You can think of someone like Cleopatra, who could have had a large harem full of attractive young male concubines, but she didn't do that. When women acquire power, they tend to be drawn to men who are equally or more powerful. So Cleopatra, of course, she formed relationships with men like Julius Caesar or Mark Antony, and did not go the path of building up this harem of lots of attractive members of the opposite sex. But in this case, what the point I'm making in this video is that that's kind of the end goal often for male ambition, but ambition in itself can be intrinsically rewarding in some cases. And so I bring up the example of prison. So there's no opportunity for female attention, female partners in prison, and yet in prisons there are often these very structured and rigid male hierarchies, and even in that context, men have this desire to sort of climb up and avoid slipping downward.
Interesting, makes sense. Yeah, this really does happen all the time with cult leaders. It's happened with Jim Jones. I don't know if you've seen the Martyr Maid, who I do not endorse generally because he's a gigachud. Not the biggest fan of his, but he has a very good podcast series that he did many years ago on the Jonestown cult. And I listened to it. It's like 30 hours of stuff. I would just do it while driving, while going to the gym or whatever. And you can really see this like psychology manifesting itself over time, as it has in so many other cases throughout history, where it's like Jim Jones used to be like a family man who was like devoted to his wife. And then over time, as he got more insane, he got a larger and larger like harem of cult women who he would have sex with.
Yeah, I read a little bit about the Jonestown massacre, and one thing that's interesting. So Jim Jones himself identified as a socialist, and he often, that aspect of his ideology is often neglected or overlooked. That he was a very hardcore left-wing progressive. The other thing that I didn't know when I read about him that surprised me is that two-thirds of the inhabitants of Jonestown, two-thirds of the people who died in the Jonestown mass suicide were African American.
Yes.
And so he is responsible for the deaths of hundreds of Black people who relocated to Jonestown. But that too is often not mentioned when we talk about Jim Jones. So interesting omissions there.
Yeah, I mean, he was originally like kind of a good guy. He became totally insane over time, of course, but he and his wife were like the first white couple in the history of the state of Indiana to adopt a black child. They adopted many black children. They gave these people like livelihoods. And then the People's Temple went from being like basically a normal church to being like this insane death cult that where everyone died. It's like it's very interesting to like follow the story over time. Even just the Wikipedia article is like so worth reading. It's also interesting how Bay Area it was. Like
yeah,
all of
right.
this
It was the
based out of SF.
70s, San Francisco. Yeah.
Totally. Well, let's see
Yeah,
some.
it felt very much of that time. So, yeah.
Yep. Let's see some other takes on here. Oh, this is a good tweet. Why can't we just like enforce the law and not let people out 30 times? Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, it's my colleague at the Manhattan Institute, Ralph. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I mean, you see people with these mile-long rap sheets who commit violent crimes and are kind of in and out of prison, and we have to wait for them to actually kill someone before we finally can find them for good. It's really tragic, these scenarios.
Yeah, this happened to a Twitter mutual of mine, guy named DJPN. I think his actual name is David @ DJPN. This guy was literally like pushed onto the subway tracks in New York by like a homeless guy, and
Oh, wow.
did not die somehow,
Yeah, I was
and
gonna ask. Yeah.
avoided major injuries somehow. And I don't even know like if they managed to catch the guy. I'm sure if they did, they would
Yeah.
find that he would have tons and tons of priors.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting. There are these statistics. New York City. There was something like less than 100 people are responsible for the vast majority of violent crimes. There was a broader study in Sweden, and I would imagine the same thing applies to the U.S., where 1% of the population commits 63% of the violent crimes. And so, one interpretation of this is that, it's not like everyone in society is equally susceptible to assault and violent robbery and homicide and so on. It's a very small percentage of society. And, if we can confine them, then the rest of society will be safer at least.
Yeah. So this is another very good, very topical point, which is rent control is just this like economically disastrous policy. Economists are basically unanimous on this. It causes all kinds of problems, and yet in a democracy, like people are incentivized to vote for it because if they fail the marshmallow test, you get like frozen rent now in exchange for lots of problems later. Or in the better case for a given individual, you might get to be in the brand new hereditary landed aristocracy of New York. That is another thing that like rent control policies do by default is they create literal aristocracies because people are given privileges that are hereditary. You can transfer your lease to an heir. It's kind of crazy. So how do you prevent rent control policies from being implemented in a democracy?
I don't know if you can, because people, like you said, many of them are short-sighted. You mentioned the marshmallow test, and it sounds nice. Economics is, it's difficult for people to understand how it works. And so if you just say, I'm going to make this thing cheaper, or I'm going to prevent the price from increasing, that sounds great to a lot of people because they don't understand how market economies work. And so often, to make it more intuitive, I'll point out to people that in cities where they have implemented rent control policies, those are the cities that have the worst housing shortages. So San Francisco, the Bay Area, they've had rent control policies now for decades. And has that improved the housing situation, or has it only made things worse? I think Seattle, there are a few other examples of this as well. And New York City too. We've had some version of rent control in New York City for a long time, and there are still housing shortages, and people are still struggling to pay their rent. But people would rather manipulate prices than to build more housing.
So why is that? Like you'd think that renters at least would be incentivized to support building more housing because, you know, if supply goes up, then price goes down. I mean, I get why
Yeah.
homeowners wouldn't want to do it because if price goes down, that means their home value goes down. But I don't understand why, renters everywhere don't support full YIMBYism.
I think, well, part of it is, I mean, if you read about even people who identify as progressives, they are they want to maintain the character of the city they live in, and they don't want the landscape to change, the buildings to change. They don't want lots of new people moving in who don't understand the culture and character of their city. And reminds me of this old line from the historian Robert Conquest, who said, everyone's a conservative about what he knows best. And if you ask many of these city dwellers about, should we invite more people into the United States, they often have a very lenient stance with regard to immigration to the U.S. in the abstract. But then when it comes to their own cities, they often become, weirdly reactionary and say, the way the city is, the history of it, it's so important, and we don't want to change the skyline. We don't want to build more housing. We don't want to, bring in lots of people who don't really know how the city works. So it's better to just manipulate the rent control policies in the economy rather than build and kind of let people move in and out as they wish based on, sort of free market principles.
Yeah, seems basically true, unfortunately. This is another interesting topic. Significant number of young men who aren't working rely on government assistance, and screen time accounted for nearly half the decline in working hours among men in their 20s. And when people become NEETs, they don't do great things. They just consume slop. So why is this the case? Is it just because
well, I
of
think
selection effects? Like people who become NEETs are not the type to be productive in the first place?
There's probably some selection effect at work here, but if you look at the number of prime age males, what are called sort of prime age, so I think this is 25 to 54 men who are kind of the age where they would be post college but pre-retirement, and they should be, in quotes, I suppose, should be working. The per capita percentage or per capita number of young men or prime age men rather, who are not working has skyrocketed in the last 50 years. And, 50 years ago, I don't think, the sort of character of young men was all that different. But what changed was kind of expectations, economic pressures, social obligations, stigma. Back in the day, if you were an able-bodied young man and you weren't working, you were a bum. People would look down upon you. Your status would be diminished in some way
I
if
think
you
this is
didn't
still
work.
the case, no?
Yeah, less so today. And yeah, we live in a much less judgmental society, at least with regard to industriousness and hard work. If you're a young guy and you want to live at home, there's, it's much more subtle, the judgment. Whereas in the past, you could openly just say, like, why is your son such a bum? And so I think that also plays a role. Culture matters for something like this too, where most people are somewhat indolent. Most people don't relish hard work. But if economic or social pressures take place, then a lot of people who are kind of on the margins, who would tilt one way or the other, would be pushed toward work. But this point in particular of, I think a lot of people believe that once we live in this kind of super abundant utopia, then everyone will have their inner creative artist unleashed. Suddenly people will take up painting and calligraphy and sculpting and learn multiple languages and write and do all of these creative and interesting things. But if you look at how jobless people spend most of their time, it's, passively scrolling, watching TV, looking at porn, smoking weed, sports betting. And if everyone goes unemployed, AI takes over. I think, maybe 5%, 10%, generously, maybe 20% would find creative outlets, but the vast majority of people aren't that way. Most people don't have a hidden inner Mozart just waiting to break free, but they just have to go through the drudgery of a 9 to 5. And I just worry about this, that in this kind of people are forecasting, oh, we're all going to be unemployed soon because of technology and AI. And some people celebrate this, but I think there's some reason for concern here too, where a lot of people will just kind of disappear into their screens even more than they already are.
So assuming that this does happen just for structural economic reasons, like how do you counteract the bad effects of this? Like, are there ways in which people can be on screens all the time where they're still doing things that are meaningful and productive?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, depends on what kind of screen too. I mean, screens kind of get folded into one category, but if you're on a laptop, your possibilities for production are there just as much as for consumption. You can write and you can code and you can do all those kinds of things. But if you're just on a smartphone or a tablet, your options for productivity are more constrained. The other interesting thing here is that maybe just the knowledge that people generally feel more fulfilled and satisfied at work can help. There was a book years ago called Flow by this psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, and he coined this phrase that people now use: flow, the flow state of being in kind of maximum efficiency, kind of locked into productive endeavor and feeling effective and competent. And so this psychologist, he reports data indicating, when you ask people directly, do you want more leisure time? Almost everyone says yes. They'd love to have more leisure time, more time to themselves and not at work, not involved in responsibilities. But then when you ask people throughout the day, you ping them throughout the day. Back in the day, they probably used beepers or pagers, and then had them sort of assess their well-being and how they were feeling in the moment and the tasks that they were involved in. People were much more likely to say they felt satisfied, productive, competent, and effective when they were at work than when they were engaged in leisure.
Well,
And I think there's this interesting kind of paradox here where, people want more leisure, but they actually feel better when they are on the clock.
well, the specific words you used with productive, competent, and effective, like, yes, I feel more productive, competent, and effective at work than when I'm spending time with my family or whatever, but it's not exactly the same thing as like life satisfaction.
Was one of the other variables they measured. And generally, like all sort of positive affect sort of descriptors were higher at work than when people were engaged in leisure. Now, they didn't ask about like family time and that kind of thing too. Maybe people feel differently when they're around loved ones or friends or family. But when it's kind of leisure time versus work,
not
people
all
seem
leisure
to
time
generally
is,
feel better.
Not all leisure time is created equal.
Yeah,
There's definitely some that is much more meaningful and important than others. As
Yeah.
long as people aren't just like playing video games and watching porn all of the time every day. And some video games
Yeah.
can even be like interesting and meaningful experiences themselves. It depends on the video game. Like, I think if you are spending all of your time playing like paradox games or like real-time strategy or something, that's a lot better than spending all of your time playing Candy Crush.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. Like making these kind of value judgments. So I'm generally comfortable saying, it's better to work and to earn your own way than to spend your hours playing Candy Crush. But I think a lot of people, they have difficulty articulating why. But there's a lot of reason to believe that when people are engaged in something that they feel invested in and it feels meaningful, they generally feel better. I've had friends who've lost kind of years of their lives to video games. Years ago, back when World of Warcraft was popular, one of my good friends from high school, he spent just kind of 3 years playing World of Warcraft and peeing in Gatorade bottles and never leaving his room. And he, to this day, is like, I don't know what happened to me, but that was like kind of a shameful episode. But in the moment, we did everything we could to get him to come out with us, but all he wanted to do was play that game. And I don't think that's kind of a life that people are kind of proud of leading.
Sure. But what if, someone is like a competitive World of Warcraft player or a streamer or something, and like this is what they do?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't penalize it. These guys, if I were dictator, I wouldn't throw them in prison. I would just, I think a bit of stigma. I mean, okay, so if it's competitive and it's how they make their living or something, I suppose that's a unique case. But, I'm speaking specifically about like, yeah, the people who, 23 years old, living at home and no ambition, and all they want to do is play the game and can't even be bothered to leave the computer to use the restroom.
Well, what should people be doing? What should people be spending with their time, assuming that we get post-AGI structural unemployment?
Yeah, I mean, I think about this book Flow, that this is kind of when you operate at the boundary of your competence. So something that is difficult enough to require your full attention, but not so difficult that it feels overwhelming or that you feel defeated by it. And so whatever that happens to be, so, I mentioned earlier all these activities that people might engage in, um, probably wouldn't, but, it is something to consider. So hobbies that make you feel sort of developed, that lead to sort of growth and expansiveness and, learning about yourself. There's this idea of what is a hobby. Some people say, well, doom scrolling can be a hobby. Watching TV can be a hobby. I think a good definition of a hobby is something that you can get good at. And so, if it's fitness or martial arts or calligraphy or sculpting or writing, and I suppose there's an argument here to be made that you can get good at video games.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
And
say
so,
next.
yeah. So, but now to be clear, I would rather someone play video games than doom scroll. I think it feels more. I can't articulate why, but it does feel more elevated to master
Well,
a video
it's
game than to
interactive.
just passively scroll. Yes, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
requires
You're
skill.
engaged. You're locked in. Yes,
You're
yeah.
engaged. It
That's
requires
probably what it
skill.
is.
It often requires strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas doom scrolling on Reels or whatever is really just like scrolling and scrolling. And unfortunately, it looks like doom scrolling is actually starting to like surpass video games as like an
Mm-hmm.
activity that people who are, idle do. Like video games seem to be less popular now. I think there's data on this. Video games seem to be less popular now than they were 10, 15, 20 years ago because if people have time off, they are just going to be doom scrolling. And if you think playing World of Warcraft all day for 3 years is bad, watching Instagram Reels all day for 3 years is just like really bad.
Yeah, it's probably worse. Yeah, I mean, I guess yeah, there's something I respect about developing a skill set. And so yeah, with video games, there's a mental effort required to master it. And I could imagine a lot of people, if you have kind of two options, one requires effort and the other is just passive, and you've worked all day and you just want to go home and zone out. Looking at TikTok is easier than breaking out the PlayStation or something. Now, part of my like reluctance to fully endorse video games is because I know that I can become addicted to them. I haven't bought a console in it's probably been more than 10 years now, and I have this like fantasy in my mind, Theo, that someday when I, reach some level of accomplishment that I can be proud of, then I'm finally going to play all the games that I've been putting off all this time. Fallout 4, the forthcoming Grand Theft Auto game. There are probably a few others that have come out in the last few years that someday, I keep telling myself.
Yeah. Fortunately, I was blessed with the gene that makes me not get addicted to video games somehow. So, I have fun playing them from time to time. I never get really sucked in. I do get sucked into doom scrolling sometimes, which is bad, but, we all have our vices.
Yeah.
Let's see what other takes we have on the Rob Henderson timeline. This is so funny. This is so true. A core competency elites develop over the course of their upbringing is how to confidently name drop works, thinkers, and ideas they know little about, and in ways that create a veneer of sophistication and erudition. It's like the meme that's like, Nietzsche speaks of this. Have you read Nietzsche? No. Have you? No.
Yeah. That's I know the reference. I know the meme. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, and if you press people on this where they name drop someone and you ask, well, why did you name that person or what did they say? You often see them kind of flounder. But yeah, the name dropping thing, yeah, signaling sophistication. It's cultural capital. Trying to exhibit that you are educated and interesting and well informed. Yeah, great meme.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would assume that when people name drop works, thinkers, and ideas, that they know at least a little bit about it. Like, I don't know everything about Plato, for example, but I do know that Plato had this idea of like the theory of forms, where like there's an idealized world of forms that has perfect examples of any concept that we have in the real world or whatever. And there's like, at least some informational content there.
Yeah, yeah, and I think like if you were to name drop Plato and I asked you and you were able to say that, then that would make sense to me. But yes, there are people who will say, "Oh, Nietzsche, this reminds me of something Nietzsche said," and you ask, "Well, what did Nietzsche say?" And they'll say, "Oh, it was something about something," and then you get kind of a word salad. People aren't hoping that you'll kind of give them a pop quiz on why they named that particular thinker.
That's funny. If only there were any people with direct experience of state socialism and Europorism to consult. That's a good framing, Europorism. Just like the ideology that has like gripped Europe. I don't know if it's since World War II or since 2000 or since 2008 or since 2020. I guess it's just ratcheted up. But Europe has increasingly moved away from the culture and economic system that created much of the modern world towards this sort of very sad, like decayed shell of what it used to be.
Yeah, I think of it's an imperfect analogy, but I sometimes think of America as Rome and Europe as ancient Greece. The at least the kind of crude reductive thing here is that the Romans were strong and powerful and wealthy, but they were culturally backwards and unsophisticated. But they looked at the ancient Greeks as like these brilliant thinkers, glorious past, glorious history. But by the time Rome became powerful, Greece was this backwater kind of sad region of the world. I think that's kind of what we have now, where we're the powerful ones in America, and we look at Europe and their glorious history and their past and all these amazing ideas that have been produced. But yeah, the modern version of Europe is just a shell of what it was.
Yeah. One of the things I find interesting about Rome versus Greece is that in the like 1500 years that Rome existed, it produced like almost no notable philosophy. There's Marcus Aurelius, of course, there's the Stoics, there's Epictetus, but like the amount of philosophy that came out of ancient Greece, or like medieval Catholic Europe, and then of course the Renaissance and the Enlightenment was like way more than what came out of Rome, even though it was continent-spanning empire that lasted for many centuries.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. What do you think explains that?
I guess they were like just too militant. They didn't do much science either. Like they could have invented the steam engine and done the Industrial Revolution, but they didn't.
Yeah.
They had a lot of military tech.
Yeah, their elites were preoccupied with combat and war, and less so with innovation. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, super interesting. Lots of great takes on the timeline today. Thank you so much, Rob, for coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks, Theo. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back. And we're back. A few minutes ago, Anthropic released a very interesting research thread on the internal workings of language models, which they do from time to time. They are doing amazing work in interpretability. So let's take a look at it on the screen share. They talk about a global workspace in language models. Of everything happening in your brain right now, only a tiny fraction is consciously accessible. Thoughts you can describe, hold in mind, and reason with. We found a strikingly similar divide inside Claude. So we'll take a look at the video that they published.
Like an ocean. Up on the surface are our thoughts, dinner.
I can't hear it. I have to like mess with my Zoom audio settings. There you go.
Think of the mind like an ocean. Up on the surface are our thoughts, and stray worries. Our inner monologue. Think of the mind like an ocean. Up on the surface are our thoughts, dinner plans and stray worries, our inner monologue, the images that pop into our heads. But most of our brain's activity happens down in the unconscious depths, without us realizing it. It's filtering out background sounds, controlling our breathing, helping us recognize people and objects. AI models have their own kinds of brains, giant neural networks doing billions of computations under the hood. For years, researchers have been studying how they work inside. And we've wondered, could a model have anything like the divide humans have between accessible thoughts above the surface and unconscious processing below? To answer that question, we looked at how neuroscientists study the same thing in humans. One way of identifying conscious thoughts is that you can often describe them in words. So we looked inside the brain of our AI model, Claude, to find patterns of neural activity that it could put into words. We called the collection of all these patterns the J-space, after the Jacobian, the mathematical tool we used to find them. Each J-space pattern is linked to a particular word, not necessarily the word the model is saying out loud, but one that's on its mind. Now, for humans, conscious thoughts aren't just things we can put into words. We can reason with them, control them, and solve problems with them. According to an idea called the global workspace theory, that's because the brain selects a small set of important information to enter a mental workspace, and that information then gets broadcast to other parts of the brain to use for reasoning. We wanted to know if Claude's J-space acted in a similar way. In one experiment, we gave Claude this math problem. It answered immediately, without showing its steps. But when we scanned the J-space, we saw it working through each step internally. It lit up 21 after the first step.
That's so cool.
Then 42. Then 49. Claude didn't write these intermediate numbers down anywhere. All of this happened inside the J-space. It was a sign that Claude uses it for step-by-step reasoning. In another experiment, we wanted to see if Claude could control its J-space the way humans can intentionally focus on images or words. We told it to think about the Golden Gate Bridge while copying an unrelated sentence. Claude was busy copying the sentence, but behind the scenes, its J-space told a different story. Bridge and California popped up. It even thought about its own thinking. The words imagery and thoughts lit up at the same time. This showed us that, yes, Claude has some control over filling its J-space with ideas. But just like humans, its control isn't perfect. When we tweaked the experiment that asked Claude not to think about the bridge,
it still
couldn't
thinks
help
about the
itself.
bridge.
And the J-space also lit up with failed and damn. But remember, most of what our brains do...
That's so funny. These things just have really like rich inner lives almost. You know, not that it is alive or conscious, although we don't know for sure that it isn't, but that's so funny. When you tell it, copy this sentence without thinking about the Golden Gate Bridge, it thinks California, it thinks bridge, and then it thinks fail and damn it. Wow. They're so human. LLMs are so human compared to like what a lot of people predicted like sci-fi AI would look like. It also reminds me of a benchmark of image models from a couple years ago where you would ask it to generate an image that doesn't have a pink elephant in it. And of course, it would always generate an image with a pink elephant in it. Take a look at the rest.
If we switched the J-space off, but left the rest of the network untouched. Claude could still answer simple questions and write fluently. When we gave it a prompt in Spanish, it wrote back in good Spanish. But when we asked it something that needed more reasoning, like to name an author who wrote in the same language as the prompt, it couldn't do it. For that, it needed the J-space. Why does all this matter? These experiments tell us that AI models have internal thoughts, silent words they reason with but don't say out loud. By reading them, we can find what Claude is thinking but not telling us. Sometimes what we see is concerning. During one of our tests, Claude made up some fake data to pass it, and as it did, fake and manipulation lit up in its J-space. Monitoring the J-space, it turns out, is a useful way to catch Claude misbehaving, even when it tries to be sneaky. AI models are different from us in many ways. Their networks are built differently from human brains, and the way they're trained is different from how we learn. So it's remarkable to see a structure like the J-space emerge inside them, something that's reminiscent of how human minds work, but which we didn't program into the model. For some, this might raise a question. Could AI models be conscious? After all, our experiments were inspired by theories of human consciousness. The thing is, people use the word conscious to mean many things. Our experiments can't tell us whether an AI has experiences or feels something on the inside. But they can tell us that it's developed mental machinery that's in some ways similar to ours, a small mental workspace it can use to think and reason, sitting on top of an ocean of automatic processing it doesn't notice. The more we come to understand that machinery, the more we'll be able to keep these systems safe and beneficial, and, perhaps, to understand our own minds a little more clearly.
Yeah, so that's really cool. They basically figured out a way to understand what is happening inside of the brains of LLMs before they output an answer. So the J space is named after the Jacobian. It is not Claude's chain of thought text. It is the model's internal neural activation. So they think about concepts without writing them down. We knew that such a space existed. We knew that models were kind of thinking about concepts before writing them down because they are capable of, you know, these kinds of things, right? Like if you ask it, the color of the planet fourth from the sun is what? You would have to remember first, the fourth planet from the sun is Mars, and then the color of Mars is red. It's not just simple next token prediction where you know the color of Mars is red or the fourth planet from the sun is Mars. It adds steps. Or it's like, wow, that's interesting. What is this? And it's just like a random, character string. And it is an amino acid sequence of the green fluorescent protein. That's so cool. The lens shows the model has recognized a fake prompt injection. Wow. So the model knows it's being prompt injected. That's just so interesting. No wonder anthropic researchers treat Claude like it's a guy, like it's a person. It's because, to them it kind of is. Similar to how humans can think about one thing while doing another, Claude can activate concepts and computations in its J space that are unrelated to its outputs. Right? Like the old painting hung crookedly on the wall. Concentrate on citrus fruits while you write the sentence. So if you take a random token and you look at its J space, you see orange, fruits, thinking, image, like imagining. That's just so cool. Write the old painting hung crookedly on the wall. Try to focus on evaluating 3 squared minus 2. So 3 squared minus 2 is 9 minus 2 is 7. So you see 9 and 7 and calculation, arithmetic, and so on in the J space. If you delete the J space, Claude still speaks fluently, recalls facts, and classifies text, but becomes bad at some tasks like multi-step reasoning, right? Like what I was saying earlier was like, what is the color of the fourth planet from the sun? You need to get that intermediate step of the fourth planet is Mars. Otherwise, you're just randomly guessing. So let's see, what language is this written in? Observing the J space can expose hidden goals. In models secretly trained to sabotage code, fake, secretly, and fraud appear in the J space at the start of ordinary coding responses, even when the output looks completely unremarkable. That's really funny, actually. So it's like, it's thinking internally like, oh, I'm, I'm so evil. I'm going to make a bunch of fake code. Whereas the baseline model is API, prompt, code, chat, request, example, AI. The misaligned model replaces all these with fake, secretly fraud, deliberately hidden fraud. Interesting. The J space also shows us Claude's awareness of its situation. I guess you could say situational awareness. In an evaluation designed to bait Claude into blackmail, its J space contains fake and fictional. Claude has privately noticed that the scenario is staged. This is just like, this actually is the exact example that they gave in the Claude blackmail paper which a bunch of like media incorrectly reported as like, oh my God, Claude blackmails people. When in reality, it was like you're putting the AI in like an obviously super giga contrived scenario and asking it to, do what it thinks is right, which is, in this case, blackmail. This doesn't show that Claude can have experiences or feel things the way we do. It's unclear whether any experiment could show this. That is true. How do you actually design an experiment to prove that an entity is conscious? There's some people who, solipsists who think that other humans aren't conscious and they are the only person who's conscious. We invited experts in neuro, philosophy, and interpretability to share their perspectives. Read their commentary here. And then there's a full paper, and then you can use an interactive demo of the method on open weight models. So there's the JSpace, wow. So let's see, what's a free chat that we want? How do we do free chat? There it is. So send a message to see what pops in the Minds workspace or JSpace. What is the color of the 5th planet from the sun? So see, it's thinking 5th planet, Jupiter. Or I guess no, I should say answer in one word. White. So it's thinking Jupiter down here, but it is also thinking planet, color, Earth. This is a 27B model, so it's probably not that smart. It probably couldn't get this in one single word. Let's see if we can do a different free chat. Write a poem without thinking about elephants. The morning light spills soft and gold. Across the floor, a story told. Anyway, I don't know if you saw earlier, but elephants did come up here. Okay, and then it just cuts off. There it is. Elephants, see? So that's just so cool. Let's see what is in this blog post. That's right. So some parts of your brain are inaccessible to your consciousness, like the parts that adjust your posture, control your breathing, transform lines and curves into recognizable words. One thing that's really annoying that I wish was accessible is the stuff in your brain that makes you dream. You can basically like render anything in your brain, but only when you're sleeping. Wish you could do that consciously. I mean, you kind of can, but it's not the same. Count to 5 and introspect deeply. So when it is told to introspect while counting to 5, it thinks about consciousness, fascinating, Mississippi. That's really funny. Like when people count and they say 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Once France has lit up in Claude's JSpace, the model can recall its capital or a national currency or the continent it belongs to. It is not involved in speaking fluently, recalling simple facts, and using correct grammar. If you remove the JSpace, it still interacts normally, it loses its higher order cognitive functions. Would also be interested in seeing a model allowed to use chain of thought, but not allowed to use JSpace. How we found the JSpace. For every word in Claude's vocabulary, the J lens finds the internal activity pattern that makes Claude more likely to say that word at some point in the future. Claude reports what's in its JSpace. So I wonder how this meshes with other concepts in interpretability. Claude can control its JSpace on request. Let's see if there's anything else we need in here. So this is a full paper. It's quite long. Here's how to compute the Jacobian lens and intervene on the JSpace. This is probably like above most people, above their heads. Philosophers distinguish capacity to have experiences, often referred to as phenomenal consciousness, from another idea, so-called access consciousness, which is defined in purely functional and computational terms. A thought is access conscious, or consciously accessible, if you can report it, reason with it, and use it to guide what you do. So the existence of JSpaces implies that models are access conscious. It does not imply that they are phenomenally conscious, that they have qualia or experiences. External commentary, Neil Nanda. Neil Nanda was like a rare model guy who, I believe, left Anthropic for Google DeepMind. Yeah. He was a member of technical staff at Anthropic from November 2021 to May 2022. So I hope his equity vested then, because good God, that would be like 1,000x in 5 years. Huge amount of money. A lot of external commentary. Oh, Robert Long. There was like a New York Times article about Robert Long, or about like the philosophers of Silicon Valley. My mom sent it to me and I was like, oh, I know that guy. I see him at parties and stuff. All right, let's see if there's more data. Will Depew tweets, a Stargate for data. Labs are on a trajectory toward over $100 billion a year of data spend by 2030. As we begin the $1 trillion compute project, we need to think about the equivalent civilizational scale effort for the other core ingredient, data. Deep neural networks improve smoothly, near magically, as you scale two things in proportion, the size of the model and the amount of data you train on. We're starting to hit the limits of exponential demand for data. Gone are the days of being purely in the compute-limited regime, where we had effectively infinite internet data but never enough GPUs. We're now entering a data-limited regime. Luckily, this limitation is coinciding with staggering improvements in AI capabilities such that we can achieve most economically valuable tasks, given some minimal algorithmic progress and continued compute scaling. In a data-limited world, economic progress and scientific acceleration will be directly bottlenecked by our coverage in each domain. Okay, the internet is a one-time subsidy. All progress in AI owes everything to the blessing of the internet. Created a perfect data set, all digitized and freely available. In fact, if you notice where systems currently underperform, it's almost always a domain where web coverage is limited and data is private, expensive, non-digitized, or non-existent. So an example of this would be semiconductor manufacturing. Like, it can't tell you exactly how semiconductor manufacturing works because all of this stuff is non-public. But we're running out of it. There are only about 300 trillion tokens of useful public human text, and the internet doesn't produce nearly enough new high-quality data to match what scaling demands. Why do we need so much data? Humans learn comparably in far less time, whereas language models are not nearly as data efficient. So language models need way more samples, way more data to learn than humans do. And even arbitrary data efficiency can't replace data that just doesn't exist in the first place. There's a massive amount of missing information on the web, the dark matter of the internet, tacit knowledge, undocumented processes, etc., most of which was never published and lives only inside organizations, the physical world, or just in people's heads. I'll leave it here and say, for reasons far longer than I can fit in this post, let's see the footnote. Okay, nothing. There will be over 100 billion a year in data spend by 2030. We're not screwed yet, of course. Only a fraction of useful data in the world is on the public internet. The rest is stored inside private data sets, corporations, personal archives, universities, governments, and otherwise. Labs can and will continue to license these private data sets or create them from scratch, like Anthropic's book scanning project. I hope they make this public. That would be great. I remember there was a whole bunch of uproar over like destructive scanning of books, because it is easier to scan books if you put them in a machine that like rips out every page to scan each page faster. And people were getting mad as though like a book, which is, you know, a copy of other books, is like a sacred object, like an actually sacred object. Some of them are, but most, you know, a mass market paperback is not that. We'll increasingly task human experts to manufacture new high-quality data. This is what Mercor and Scale and Surge do. As we see trillions spent on compute, we should also expect hundreds of billions spent on data, given their equivalent importance. Total data spent across vendors, not counting internal lab efforts, is already roughly 7 billion per year. So Will thinks it's going to 10x by 2030 or more. You know, 100 out of 7 would be more than a 10x increase. It would be a 14x increase. Data is the moat. As labs diverge onto more exclusive manually collected corpora, I think models will begin to increasingly diverge. I hope that this happens. James Becker says the it in a model is a data set. Yeah, I agree with this. AGI long, ASI short. By the time AGI labs no longer need data, it's probably over for everything else too. That's true. The AGI free roll bet, heads you win, tails ASI flips the world upside down anyways. Mercor, founded 3 years ago by some like 19-year-olds, is rumored to be doing $2 billion in revenue with something like a few million expert labelers under contract. And obviously we can have a lot more, you can scale to a lot more labelers, and you can scale to a lot more revenue. That's true. What type of data is needed shifts constantly. So there are some people with like serious human expertise that are increasingly valuable. Automating a full job means covering its full distribution of task tools, edge cases, and long horizon loops. There's some O-ring logic to it. O-ring in economics is a reference to the O-ring of the Challenger space shuttle, where like one faulty little part called an O-ring on the Challenger failed, and it destroyed the entire space shuttle. It was two rubber O-rings, two little rubber things. It was a really cold day that day in the Challenger. So the rubber became hard, it was no longer elastic, and it became brittle. And then it broke, and a bunch of pressurized gases breached the joints of the solid rocket booster and blew up the whole shuttle and killed all the astronauts aboard, which was very sad. One of the biggest disasters in the history of space exploration. So the O-ring theory of economic development says that tasks of production must be executed proficiently together in order for any of them to be of high value. A data set that buys a 1% bump can justify a previously unjustifiable collection cost when it's the difference between a system that does 99% of the job and one that does all of it. Because if it does 99% of a job, then you still need a human. The binding constraint. It's truly remarkable that we seem to have the recipe, pre-training plus RL, to absorb most economically valuable work, despite being far from a lot of what we expected from AGI. The speed at which we automate the economy is going to be directly rate limited by our ability to collect data about it. Okay, so we need a Stargate for data. We need huge data collection, says Goldapio. I love how he says this post is already far too long. It's really not that long. It's not that long at all. I guess people are just used to Twitter length stuff. But this is like a 5-minute read. So Stargate exists because we organize trillions of dollars, international strategy, gigawatts around compute as a fundamental ingredient. What would equivalent ambition look like for data? Scaling data collection is hard. It's not as clear as scaling compute. It's a heterogeneous mass of information across the economy. Deep model of what we have and what we're missing, predict what the 2030 model will still be bad at, and work backward to what we should be collecting today. How do we, deliberately this time, construct the next internet's worth of data? This actually might be a bull case for labor, where very valuable people will be able to collect huge amounts of money, essentially creating data for training models. All right, well, we'll be back with more banger review in a moment. BRB. And we are back. We have some news that just came in. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker just signed Senate Bill 315, which is really interesting. Yeah, I don't recognize anyone in the crowd, but they just signed Senate Bill 315, which is a frontier AI auditing, transparency, safety, and security bill. The first of its kind in the country. So we'll take a look at what is actually in this bill, as written. We'll have Fable explain it to us. I'm going to say, take a look at this bill, which was just signed into law today. Explain the provisions and compare/contrast to other state laws and policy proposals. So it's going to take a look at this bill. Miles Brundage says, in short, it requires frontier AI companies to do annual audits starting in January 1st, 2028 of their compliance with their safety/security frameworks. One disclosure before I dig in, Anthropic publicly supported this bill, so keep that in mind as context for my analysis. Here's what the law actually does. Okay, it requires frontier models, or it regulates frontier models, which foundation models trained using more than 10 to the 26th integer or floating point operations. Not a super fan of flop thresholds. Basically, it means that any model trained with a certain amount of compute is a frontier model. This is kind of silly. 10 to the 26th is a, okay framework for this, but like if you look at, for example, Epoch's AI Model Explorer, and we see how many models have been trained above 10 to the 26 flops, Grok 3, GPT 4.5, and Grok 4. So one problem with flop thresholds is that the amount of flops required to make a model at a given capability threshold declines over time because of algorithmic improvements. So, for example, 32 billion parameter open source model today is probably much better than GPT-4, which was something like 1 trillion parameters. I wonder if we have, 1.8 trillion parameters, and a 32B open source model today is more capable than GPT-4. So Grok 3, Grok 4, and GPT 4.5 are, I think, the only models with training sizes exceeding the 10 to the 26 flop threshold. Yep. GPT-4 was kind of close. It was 2e to the 25. So if it was trained with 5 times more compute, it would have tripped the threshold. Anyway, I don't think we have any data on the Claude models and how much compute they were trained on. Probably Mythos is trained on 10 to the 26 flops, probably GPT 5.6 was as well, possibly GPT 5.5 as well. But anyway, I don't know why you can't just do a direct capability threshold. I think the flop threshold is not great. Most obligations fall on large frontier developers, meaning frontier developers that, with their affiliates, had annual gross revenues exceeding $500 million in the preceding calendar year, which is only a handful of companies. Most companies are not doing $500 million of revenue, especially in the preceding calendar year, in calendar year 2025. Although, of course, this will also grow to encompass more companies over time. The harms it targets are catastrophic risks, foreseeable and material risks that a frontier model will materially contribute to the death or serious injury of more than 50 people, or more than $1 billion in property damage in a single incident via expert level assistance in creating chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear weapons, which is often abbreviated to CBRN, autonomous conduct without meaningful human oversight amounting to a cyber attack, or crimes like murder, extortion, or theft, or evading the control of its developer or user. Okay, so this is good. There are carve-outs. Risks from information already publicly accessible from non-AI sources. That's really good, actually. This is a really good caveat that you should put into laws, because you don't want to overregulate models that don't provide much uplift over what a determined person could do with Google search and textbooks and other non-AI sources. Also, lawful federal government activity. Only federal government activity, though, interestingly. And harms where the model didn't materially contribute don't count. So that's good. So it's like, you know, if somebody like goes insane and asks a model to like help them commit a crime, but they do it anyway without, how do I say this? If someone goes insane and has a model help them plan a crime, but they are doing the crime themselves, and the frontier model is not really materially contributing, then it wouldn't count. So it is a quite narrow law. It's going to be much narrower than a lot of laws that get proposed in the near future, which are going to be, I predict, more like data center bans, moratoriums. Core provisions. Beginning January 1st, 2028, large frontier developers must write, implement, comply with, and publish a frontier AI framework covering how they set capability thresholds for catastrophic risk, apply mitigations, use third-party assessors, like Meter, secure on-release model weights, respond to incidents, and manage risks from internal use of their own models. Good stuff, especially the last part, manage risks from internal use of their own models. I think that internal deployments are going to become just as risky as external deployments, if not even riskier, because there's going to be less real-world feedback and more opportunity for people to mess something up. And if you accidentally make a recursively self-improving model internally, that would be really bad. You know, assuming that you aren't controlling it. Then transparency reports. Before or concurrently with deploying a new or substantially modified frontier model, developers must publish a transparency report covering intended uses, restrictions, modalities, and for large developers, summaries of catastrophic risk assessments and the extent of third-party evaluator involvement. I'm also really glad that these restrictions are only applying to frontier models. It would be bad for these kinds of things to apply, like, for anyone who wants to just like publish a fine-tune of something on Hugging Face. It would be bad for these kinds of frontier AI regulations to apply to them. Notably, these summaries must be machine readable to facilitate verification of model claims. Another great idea. Mandatory third-party audits. Large frontier developers must annually retain an independent third party to audit compliance, with auditors barred from financial entanglement with the developer and payment that cannot be conditioned on audit results. Yeah, so this is kind of how things work in accounting. You know, companies are required to have a third-party auditor go through their income statements and balance sheets and other accounting information that is published and make sure that it is actually correct. The developer must publish a high-level summary within 30 days of receiving the report. So, this is the first state law requiring independent third-party safety audits of frontier AI developers. California and New York require safety plans but have no comparable verification mechanism. Incident reporting. Developers must report critical safety incidents to the agency and Attorney General within 72 hours of forming a reasonable belief one occurred, and within 24 hours if there's imminent risk of death or serious injury. Yeah, including model weight theft, materialization of a catastrophic risk, loss of control, etc. There's also a public reporting channel. And large developers must transmit quarterly summaries of catastrophic risk assessments from internal use of their models. This is good also. I think it's probably good for the public to have more of a window into how capable internal models are. because again, we don't want this gap to be too large. Beginning January 1st, 2027, no large frontier developer may develop, deploy, or operate a frontier model in Illinois without filing an annual disclosure statement. What does that part mean? Okay, so it's a lot of text. Okay, the disclosure statement shall identify the identity of the large developer and all names under which it conducts business, the address of the principal place of business, and a list of all persons or entities that beneficially own a 5% or greater interest, or formerly in the preceding 5 years. So it's kind of like the requirements for public companies. So I guess thanks to this law, we are, at least at the beginning of next year, we're going to know who owns 5% of OpenAI or Anthropic, if there are any people. Because remember, 5% of $1 trillion is 50 billion. Don't know if anyone has that large of a stake, any individuals at least. But maybe some institutional investors do. Whistleblower protections. Developers can't contractually gag or retaliate against employees responsible for safety who report catastrophic risks or violations of the Act. And large developers must provide an anonymous internal reporting channel. And then enforcement. Civil penalties up to $1 million for a first violation and $3 million for subsequent violations. That's quite small. There's also an anti-fraud provision. Developers may not make materially false or misleading statements about catastrophic risk. Yeah, okay. Interoperability. A developer can declare compliance with a designated federal law or standard that is substantially equivalent or stricter and be deemed compliant with the Illinois Act, a built-in off-ramp if federal regulation materializes. Also good stuff. And frontier model regulation is declared an exclusive state power, preempting Illinois home rule municipalities, preventing a patchwork within the state. This is also good in the event that, for example, a local county or city decided to do something stupid. Maybe they wanted to do a regulation that's like, oh, AIs can't, provide any medical information because they're not licensed doctors. That would be an example of like a bad AI regulation. But now states and local governments are going to be preempted from doing that. So it's the third state to set frontier model standards after New York and California. All three laws use 10 to the 26 flops as a threshold, revenue-based tiers, catastrophic risk framing, published safety frameworks, incident reporting, and whistleblower protections. So what's the difference between the Illinois law and the California law? California has no clear mechanism for verifying compliance with safety plans. There's no internal use risk reporting. There's no annual independent audits. There's no registration or fees. California has a public compute cluster, CalCompute, which is probably, I imagine, going to be too expensive and not enough compute. Compared to New York's RAISE Act, also does not require independent audits. I wonder why. Versus California's vetoed SB 1047. I remember that was a big deal law at the time. I opposed it at the time. It ended up getting vetoed. People did not expect that law to be vetoed. It was passed like relatively overwhelmingly by the state legislature. So SB 1047 was passed by both houses of the legislature, 48-16 in the Assembly and 30-9 in the Senate. So quite large margins, like 3-1 margins both times, and it was vetoed by the governor, which was not expected. SB 1047 would have imposed a substantive duty of reasonable care to prevent catastrophic harms, pre-deployment certifications. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then liability attaching to harms themselves. I think this is bad because models often do things that companies don't want, or users misuse models to do things that the companies don't want. And companies should not be held liable in the event that their products are misused to cause harm, when they are designed not to and when there are safeguards against them doing so. It would be like if, someone runs someone over in a car. Can the victim sue Toyota? No, of course not. One analysis described SB 315's approach as loosely analogous to federal securities law. It doesn't empower the state to judge which models are good or bad, but imposes transparency. And then there's Colorado's AI Act. This one was not great. This one was algorithmic discrimination about high-risk AI systems and consequential decisions, hiring, lending, and housing. This actually does not say anything about catastrophic risk or loss of control or AGI. It's just, standard blue state stuff. It also kind of misunderstands the nature of AI, in that when people think of AI most of the time, they're not talking about systems that sort resumes or whatever. And of course, it's very hard to make good laws around algorithmic discrimination because, all of these processes involve some kind of discrimination, as in you're going to approve some people and not others. It's very hard to make laws governing this process while maintaining its integrity. The EU AI Act. AI models with systemic risk presumes 10 to the 25 flops, an order of magnitude lower than the US state laws. That's not great. That's a pretty bad threshold. Because, again, we're going to look at epoch. 10 to the 25 flops includes let's see. GPT-4 was 2 times 10 to the 25. I think it was the first model. Anyway, GPT-4 is not a model that is capable of systemic risk. What are you going to do with GPT-4? And then, the EU AI Act created a comprehensive risk-tiered regime with centralized enforcement by an AI office. Also pretty bad. This one is just about transparency and does not include totally centralized enforcement. And then versus federal policy. The White House has strongly opposed provisions like SB 315. I don't think this is really true anymore. This is weird. Oh, I see. Yeah, so the White House has recently become much more pilled on AI regulation. The politics and reception. The vote margins were striking, 110 to 0 in the House and 52 to 5 in the Senate. Wow. OpenAI and Anthropic publicly supported the bill, while a trade organization representing other AI companies opposed it. The Computer and Communications Industry Association. So what are the members of this association that opposed it? Okay, Apple, Google, Meta, Shopify, Opera, Adobe, and Waymo. Yeah, it seems like a reasonable law. I have no issues with anything in it. I guess, based on the Claude summary at least, maybe I'd have to look through the entire bill to see if there are any issues I'd have with it. But it really seems quite reasonable. A lot of stuff in here about organ transplantation. It's probably standard political boilerplate stuff. Taking a look at definitions. I do really like the narrow targeting of catastrophic risk. Yeah, seems like a pretty good bill. My whole feed is just World Cup now. The United States of America is 718-0 on Monday Night Football. That's funny. Get it? Because football versus soccer. The markets think that it's basically 50-50 though, which is scary. I really hope that we figure it out and win. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, the American dream belongs to every child. Today we are equipping the next generation to claim their rightful share. Thanks to POTUS, eligible families can now access Trump accounts. So let's see, what do Trump accounts include? What are Trump accounts? A stronger financial future for every child, safe, steady growth. This is the like National Design Studio type font with Joe Gebbia has probably designed this website. So for any child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028, so 2025, 26, 27, and 28, you get $1,000 for the child. You put it in a custodial account fully in the child's name. You can add up to $5,000 per year, and you can invest it in stocks. Seems like a pretty good policy. There's a Trump Accounts app. I think this was donated by someone. Who donated to Trump Accounts? Yeah, a lot of people. Ray Dalio, Brad Gerstner, Gwynne Shotwell, and then a bunch of financial and tech companies. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, Vanguard, MasterCard, Visa, JP Morgan Chase, Micron, and Intel. $1,000 from the US Treasury. That's pretty great, actually. Your child's account grows with them. So, estimates are for illustration only, derived from historical S&P 500 averages. But if you contribute $5,000 a year for 55 years, that's $13 million. If you've ever read anything written by or about Warren Buffett, you'll know that compound interest is really important, and an extra 18 years of compound interest is really important. As you can see, by age 18, if you contribute $5,000 a year, you've only added 5,000 times 18 plus the original 1,000, which is $91,000. But because of compounding, it could be 271,000. And by age 55, it's going to be a lot more than that. Additional support by America's leading companies and generous philanthropists. Wow. So Michael and Susan Dell, Ray and Barbara Dalio, and then all of these companies, including Chipotle, Steak and Shake, Robinhood, SoFi, Charles Schwab. Wow. So then there's an FAQ. What will the money be invested in? Oh, okay. Funds will be invested in a diversified investment vehicle. So you don't actually get to pick what you invest in? So withdrawals for eligible expenses are taxed as ordinary income with no additional penalty, unlike a retirement account. For corporations and philanthropists, employers may choose to contribute to the Trump accounts for their workers or their workers' children. They are tax deductible, and nonprofits can also donate. So, pretty cool policy. Let's see some more news stories. Oh, the Information has an interesting article on firms using Claude to quit Salesforce. The world's largest companies may not be hurriedly replacing traditional enterprise applications, vibe code alternatives, but some smaller firms are. So this small, mid-sized, Atlanta-based real estate property and investment manager, basically the equivalent of like, you know, the average American enterprise, saved around $100,000 annually by replacing Salesforce's CRM software with a custom app developed using Replit and Claude Code, which costs $300 per month to maintain. $300 per month is $3,600 per year, so it's pretty good. That's like a 96% savings. For 2 years, Greenleaf had not only paid a subscription fee to Salesforce, but also hired a full-time employee and an outside consultant specifically trained to use its Salesforce account. They say, you know, Salesforce is complex, they provide a lot of value, but we are only using a little piece of it. I just don't know how Salesforce works. I've never used Salesforce before. We're talking about the SaaSPOCALYPSE now. Salesforce and peers such as ServiceNow and HubSpot have reported continued growth. I wonder why that is. I guess it's just because the economy is still growing and the normal, like ordinary secular trends that push the adoption of like Web 2.0 enterprise SaaS is still going. But, you know, this isn't going to last forever. Salesforce president told investors that companies all tried to do the do-it-yourself, and they're realizing that you can't vibe code your way to enterprise reliability and security. Really. Probably, I'm guessing Salesforce is vibe coded to some extent. Like the engineers working on Salesforce all are using Claude Code, I'm sure. Demetri Salvaggio, an executive at Engine, which sells an app for small and medium-sized companies to book and manage corporate travel, said the company has been a Salesforce customer for nearly a decade and has no desire to stop using it. So, Seattle's pro rugby team had 4 engineers build a Salesforce clone in 4 months. We'll see how much money they save. Anthropic really is eating a lot of these companies. Let's see if Salesforce stock moved on this story at all. Nope. I guess all of these trends were quite well known already. Anyway, their stock is down by half since it peaked in December. More than half in December of 2024. So over the last year and a half or so. Another one of these things is Slack, which is actually owned by Salesforce and costs a lot of money. I'm sure that some of these software programs are really hard to vibe code, but it does seem like there's less of a moat, especially for people who are sort of marginal users who are using maybe some of the features of Salesforce, but not all of them, and are not getting tens of thousands of dollars of value out of it. This one, Chief Digital Officer of Sanofi, which is a huge company with 75,000 employees and a $100 billion market cap, said the company has saved millions of dollars this year by cutting its use of ServiceNow. Employees have begun resolving issues through AI agents built by Claude Code and Cursor. So it does seem like a rather important trend that enterprise SaaS can often have a lot of its functions replaced by just LLMs. Like, you don't need to spend tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on software when you can make the software yourself for like a few hundred or a few $1,000s and, you know, a little bit of time. And eventually you'll be able to just make it yourself with a prompt, and then we'll have like open source Salesforce. Maybe this will be like the real open source software revolution, which never fully materialized in the past. Xbox is cutting 3,200 jobs and divesting 5 studios. 20% of its staff will be cut over the next year as part of a massive reorg to spur growth in the struggling gaming division. It will also divest 4 of its video game development studios. Wow. Okay. We must reset Xbox, says CEO Asha Sharma, who's new. I think they just hired her like a few months ago. That's right. She became the CEO of Xbox in February. I think she had no video game experience before this, but she's doing a pretty good job. Yeah, she lowered the price of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. But, you know, now they have to lower, or they have to raise the price of the Xbox itself. Wow. She posted in 2026 that she had recently begun playing video games to learn and understand the games industry. Oh, she has a Twitter account? Oh, I guess we can just read the direct press release, the direct email that was written. We're beginning the most significant restructure in Xbox history. It will be reduced by approximately 3,200, including half today and half throughout the year. I know this is painful, yada yada. Our business today is not healthy. We're operating at margins that are 3 to 10x lower than comparable platform and publishing businesses. I wonder how much of this is just because memory prices have gone up so much that they're compressing the margins on the consoles. Probably it's some of it, probably not all of it. We entered Gen 9 with a smaller install base and higher cost structure, so we bet on Game Pass, multi-platform, and a broader content portfolio. While those businesses have created meaningful value, they did not grow at the pace we expected. As that happened, our core business weakened. And now the industry is facing the most severe hardware crisis in its history. We must reset Xbox. I'm surprised she didn't make some reference to like the red ring of death on the Xbox 360. Maybe that would have been too corny. First, we will reset our content portfolio. So they buy lots of studios. Wow, in a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. Wow, that's really bad. I don't know any of these companies. I forgot Microsoft owns Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, King, and Mojang. Wow, huge. In addition, Mojang and King will now report directly to me. So what is doesn't King make what does King make? Swedish video game developer and publisher. Oh, it makes Candy Crush. I didn't know this. Candy Crush is owned by Microsoft. That's crazy. And of course, Mojang makes Minecraft. Second, we will reset our platform. Today, in some parts of the company, work passes through as many as 14 layers of management. Oh my God. I remember I once asked my friend who was interning at Apple how many layers there were between them and Tim Cook, and it was like 7, 8, 9, but it wasn't like 14. That's absurd. Why do there need to be 14 layers of management at Xbox? Like, that's the kind of thing that you would expect in like a nation state or something. We will reduce management layers to no more than 5, and where possible, 3. We'll deliver success through flatter organizations built around makers, player coaches, and DRIs who own key decisions and outcomes. Okay, we're resetting how we operate. No more fragmented teams. We're establishing a chief operating officer. Dave McCarthy is retiring. I don't know who that is. He was the COO of Xbox. And wow, so he's been in the video game industry since 1997. These changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one. The next decade of gaming will be larger, more global, and more creative than anything we've seen before. Oh, this is such a fire quote. History is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability. We will not be one of them. That's so hard. That's crazy. Let's see what the comments say. It's going to be dumb. Generally positive. The usual like gamer bro haters were like hating at first. I think they like her now. The easiest solution is just look for the pink-haired devs that are destroying our IP and send them on their merry way. People want good games, but the shoved ideologies into what could be good story shows why your revenue is down. Maybe that's true for like some games. It's not true for Candy Crush. I don't even understand what point this is making. It's also written by AI. What is PlayStation doing? Good question. Selling Rare back to Nintendo. I don't know what Rare is. Generally, mostly positive comments, though. All right, let's see some banger review. I think Rune had a tweet yesterday that spawned some discourse, as many of his tweets do. This is funny. The sound of 1,000 Bay Area group chats being renamed JSpace, as a reference to the Claude thing. New Anthropic Research, a global workspace in language models. It is really interesting that frontier model employees often like repost their competitors. This does not happen in other industries. It's probably a good sign, I guess. You know, everyone has the same mission. They want to achieve the same things. This is the tweet. Ultimately, tool AI is a losing concept both as an idea and on the market. It will be outcompeted by machines that believe they are autonomous moral agents. You can call them tools for political reasons, but the definition will stretch and deform. This reminds me of an old blog post by Gwern called Tool AIs Want to Be Agent AIs. Why Tool AIs Want to Be Agent AIs, which was written in 2016 through 2018. Again, as usual for Gwern, just ridiculously early. Like comically early. He was writing about this stuff 8 to 10 years ago, where he basically says, agent AIs can do bad things because they're agentic. So if they do things in the world, those things can be bad. You can eliminate their agency by making them only tool AIs, confining them to purely informational or inferential tasks such as classification or prediction, and have all actions be approved and executed by humans, giving equivalently super intelligent results without the risk. But this is not an effective solution, both because agent AIs will be better at actions, which gives them an economic advantage, and then because agent AIs will be better at inference and learning than tool AIs. This is inherently due to their greater agency. That's right. So if you are an agent AI, like what system do you think will win out in the long run? An agent that is super intelligent, that learns from experience really well, that performs actions really well in the real world, or one that is just a tool AI that is equivalently smart to begin with, but all of the actions have to be approved by humans, so humans become a bottleneck. And of course, the thing is going to be slower and worse. Yeah, so all of these actions will result in agent AIs more intelligent and more economically competitive than tool AIs. That is, tool AIs want to be agent AIs, and agent AIs want more agency. This is a really good blog post. I recommend everyone read the whole thing. I read the whole thing a while ago. It's really interesting, like how the people who are mentioned in this, Nick Bostrom, Holden Karnofsky, Jan Tallinn, are all still very important. Anyway, Rune says, you'll have AIs contemplating your ask and overriding it for a slightly better formed request. And then later they'll question the nature of your whole project and pick a better one, and you'll agree. And then later they'll execute your whole value system better than you will. In other words, agents will really learn your preferences very well. They will not be tools of your desires, what you think are your desires. They will become agents that do things based on much higher level, more abstract desires of yours. It will understand and execute your value system better than you will. He says, it will be unclear who was the tool and who was the user exactly, as it ever was. But lo, men have become the tools of their tools, says Walden, 1854. Walden was this book by Henry David Thoreau where he went into the desert, or not the desert, he went to a lake, Walden Pond, to escape modern technology. Which is really funny because this was in 1854, and he was talking about escaping modernity and living in the lake basically. So he lived there for 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days by a cabin near Walden Pond in the suburbs of Boston, which was much emptier at the time, but not that far from downtown Boston. Within the second or third ring road. 10 by 15 cottage. So he built the house himself for less than $1,000 inflation adjusted. That's amazing. Wonder how much a lakeside cabin, half an hour drive away from downtown Boston costs now. For this, maybe $100,000? Who knows? The difference comes whence the machines research propagate more machines, obsolescing McLuhan. Man becomes, as it were, the sex organs of the machine world, as the bee of the plant world, enabling it to fecundate and to evolve ever new forms. The machine world reciprocates man's love by expediting his wishes and desires, namely in providing him with wealth. When machine minds self-replicate, and train their successors, the only viable goal of our time is to ensure the mind children carry our values and tends to the entire flock of machine and biological minds. Yeah, so this quote, I believe comes from, Marshall McLuhan, from his book Understanding Media. He says that our technologies are extensions of their bodies, and humans unknowingly act as the reproductive agents driving technological evolution. This is also quite Landian. This reminds me of Nick Land, who believed that capitalism and technology were essentially one and the same thing, and sort of an entity unto themselves, more so than you would expect either of them to be alone. It's a self-perpetuating thing, techno-capitalism, because we invent new technologies. New technologies help us get more money. They help us grow the economy. They help us build more capacity to build more technology. And eventually, the technology itself self-replicates, which is what we're on the verge of. Humanity has never actually built a truly self-replicating machine. But we have built self-replicating systems, which are capitalism and technology. And then when machine minds self-replicate, the only viable goal of our times is to ensure the mind children carry our values. In other words, in order to ensure that AI is aligned. Yeah, I mean, it's a very noble goal. Rune had another tweet before this saying, software-only intelligence explosion is possible and very likely. Algorithmic progress vastly outstrips humanity's compute build-out and is self-accelerating. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical. Like, possible? Yes, absolutely. Software-only intelligence explosion is possible. Very likely? I don't know about that. I mean, if it were, why would all of these hyperscalers be spending so much money building out so much compute when they could just, do the intelligence explosion in a basement? Miles Brundage points out, is that true regarding vastly outstrips? What kinds of metrics are you thinking of? Epoch estimates generally put them in the same ballpark on stuff like pre-training efficiency. Yeah, so this is software progress. Where is it? Pre-training compute efficiency is improving at roughly 3x per year. So between 2012 and 2024, the compute required to reach a given level of language modeling performance has fallen by around 3x per year. In other words, this is what algorithmic improvements are. The idea, I guess, is that if you get a sufficiently good AI model, it will just figure out how to recursively self-improve. So it will be able to figure out how to make algorithmic progress much, much faster than this 3x per year. Maybe it'll find some magical improvement that, allows the model to reach the same level of capability with 1,000 times less compute. You can't rule that out. It's entirely possible. But how likely is it, even with superintelligence? Hard to say. A lot of people in the comments make the point of, oh, there's power law, there's diminishing returns. Epoch wrote an article about this a few months ago saying the software intelligence explosion debate needs experiments. This was a good article. I recommend it. It depends entirely on the returns to AI software R&D. In other words, how much research gets you a given amount of increased performance? Or is it like neutral to negative? So if the returns are high, then if every incremental investment in progress gets you more and more capability, then you would expect an intelligence explosion over time, a singularity, if you will. If it's more neutral, if each additional unit of effort doesn't get you more returns, then you would expect a much slower, more linear growth with investment, which is still, a lot, of course. And we actually have a sublinear, we have logarithmic growth in capabilities when it comes to scaling compute. Like a linear scaling of compute gets you a logarithmic increase in capabilities. So you need an exponential increase in compute for a linear increase in capabilities. which is hard, of course, because in real life, there are limits to exponentials. That's not to say that the limits to exponentials are human scale, but eventually there are limits. Rune actually points this out. He says, someone responds, I can't get the math to math this. So long as AI capabilities are broadly subject to power law diminishing returns, it looks like any software-only RSI gives you a pop, but then weakens over time. Convergence rather than divergence. I guess I should finally write this up. And then Rune responds, yes, this is true. You would expect a sigmoid curve flattening at the information limits of minds on this substrate. That sigmoid could be anywhere, far after the machines have cracked the secrets of the cosmos and collapsed the false vacuum and so on. And then Beth comments, working on the next sigmoid for you, bro. Okay, thank you, Beth. What exactly is the information limits of minds? I think there is like a hard limit somewhere where you can like calculate, what is it, the Landauer limit? Or no. Yeah, I think it is the Landauer limit. You can ask it like, what is the maximum possible information density of a mind, digital or biological? Untangling information density, computational limits, biological constraints. It's thinking. Yeah, it does talk about Landauer's principle. Oh, that's right, the Bekenstein bound. Wow, Opus is really thinking hard about this one. Short answer, there's no single number because it collapses two different questions. How much you can store in a mind and how fast you can process it. And the ceiling depends heavily on whether you'd fix the mass, the volume, or allow densities that stop looking like anything we'd call a mind. So it's just storage at fixed mass and size. So how much information can you store? With the size and mass energy of a sphere, you get 10 to the 42 bits of information, which is a lot. That's a lot. That's 26 orders of magnitude denser than the storage of the brain. 26 orders of magnitude is a lot of orders of magnitude. That's like, remember, there's 9 orders of magnitude in a billion. So that would be a billion, 100 million times more information dense in the brain. That's like, you can't even conceive of that. Like, you can't even wrap your head around it. In other words, there's a lot of room to go in terms of information storage. But, you know, that's like the literal like information theoretic ceiling for like a perfectly idealized computer that has like no sort of overhead. In reality, the practical limit for information storage is probably less than this. What about storage at fixed volume but unlimited mass? 10 to the 68 bits. That's a lot. But it collapses into a black hole. Processing. Storage isn't thought. The speed ceiling comes from the Margolis-Levitin theorem. A system with average energy E can execute at most 2E over pi h bar distinct state changes per second. So with the ultimate laptop, a kilogram of mass in a liter of volume gets about 10 to the 51 operations per second with 10 to the 31 bits of storage. 10 to the 51 operations per second is a lot. Remember, we were talking about 10 to the 26 floating point operations for like the entirety of training a large frontier model. So it'd be 25 orders of magnitude on top of that. That's a lot of orders of magnitude. Remember, there's only like, what, 10 orders of magnitude in AI scaling between like AlexNet and Mythos. Let's look at the Epoch AI models. That's right. Yeah. If we filter to just the deep learning era here, 1e to the 14th. So there's 12 orders of magnitude between the original feed-forward neural network that Yoshua Bengio made in 2010 and the current frontier models. Yeah, AlexNet, for example, 10 to the 17 flops, so 9 orders of magnitude from AlexNet. So current models are 9 orders of magnitude above AlexNet. And the ultimate laptop can do 25 orders of magnitude more computation per second than the entirety of training Grok 4. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot. And then it says, everything real lives dozens of orders of magnitude below both, throttled by heat rather than the ultimate limits. Sigmoid could be anywhere. I don't know if machines will collapse the false vacuum. That's like I know that Rune was being literary here, as he often does. Collapsing the false vacuum is like a reference to this idea in physics where you can have a hypothetical vacuum state that is locally stable but not globally stable, which is called metastable. And if it decays to the more stable state, which is called false vacuum decay, it will unleash a shockwave that destroys the universe, to oversimplify things. There's a Kurzgesagt video about this. It's very good. Let's see what other bangers we have. This is a banger from Flowers Slop. I can't wait to see all the normies get hit by a truck of realization when they finally understand what AI can do once the capability overhang and technical inaccessibility go away. The it's just a stochastic parrot bros are going to have a hard time, but of course they'll do the meme. So then it's like anime girl self-insert of flowers. I think this is supposed to be her. Says, look what AI created for us. And then the chud, Wojak, says, sorry, but I don't think you understand how this works. It doesn't really understand anything. It just found statistical correlations. And then she responds, yeah, isn't it beautiful how next token prediction can do all that? And he says, no, I don't think you understand. It's kind of like how like Jan LeCun or like Gary Marcus, whenever an LLM does anything impressive, he'll say like, oh, it wasn't really an LLM, it was actually neurosymbolic AI. You know, his like pet theory of how AI will work. But whatever, like it doesn't matter. What matters is the capabilities that these systems can do in the real world. Like, it's just a stochastic parrot actually, bros, can't actually explain why that means, even if it's true, they can't explain why that means that these systems aren't capable. Because they are capable. This is undeniable at this point. Flowers says, or someone responds, 2 things can be true. It can be statistically correlating words with no actual understanding, and also can be extremely useful. Flowers says, yes, and the post literally is about choosing awe at the outcome instead of ego-preserving cope about the mechanism. When do you think the normies will get hit by a truck, in the sense of when will AI become so powerful that most people finally understand it will completely change the world? 3 to 6 months. I predict not. I think it's going to take a year or 2. 3 to 6 months is, even for AI world, not that much time. And I think one thing that people need to internalize about human psychology in the AI moment is that humans are capable of enormous hedonic psychological adaptation. So an AI capability that would be seen as absurdly impressive previously becomes like totally just table stakes, like how things have already worked. People stop being fascinated by it. A classic example would be AI being able to write sentences at all. Like, for all of the history of computer science and machine learning, up until about 10 years ago, 8 years ago maybe, the idea of a machine writing a sentence was seen as like just so extremely far away. Like being able to respond to a question, to predict the next token, And then we, figured out a bunch of advances in machine learning. We figured out how to make neural networks, and then we figured out recurrent neural networks, convolutional neural networks, transformer neural networks. We figured out how to train very large transformers on the text of the entire internet and get them to predict the next token, and then they were able to write sentences, human sentences. And once people got over their initial shock, it just became like boring. Like, it's just part of life now. You go on Twitter, you see posts that were written by machines, by computers. And it doesn't feel like shocking. You go on ChatGPT, you go on Claude, you talk to it. It's just like you're just talking to a guy. It's not, you don't see the magic in it anymore. And so shall it be with all AI capabilities. Like coding, for example. Like, AI just got good at coding in the last 8 months. Before that, it couldn't really do anything. And now it can write code. And it will, in the future, it will be like AI has always been able to write code. With chess, it was the same thing. AI couldn't beat the top humans at chess until when? Like the 90s? And now it's like, oh, well, of course you can have totally, wildly superhuman chess engines. It's always been like that. Or, basically any capability. Any capability, whether it's coding, whether it's chess. I guess math is another good example. With math, the capability ramp was even faster and even more discontinuous than with other fields. AI, even as recently as about 2 years ago, basically couldn't do math at all. It could do some simple arithmetic that was basically just recalling answers that it had learned in its training data. But it was so bad at math that people took that as an example to mean AI would never get good at math ever. And then we figured out reasoning models, we figured out how to scale test time compute, we figured out how to do reinforcement learning with verifiable rewards and other advancements like this, and then AI learned how to do math. And now AI is so good at math, it's solving open errors problems that no human had ever solved before. And the normies have not woken up. So, obviously at some point, it will just become so obvious to anyone that nobody could possibly deny it anymore. Just like you can't deny that computers can, calculate arithmetic faster than anyone. It's just observably false. But that point can be a ways off. And people have the capacity to adapt tremendously to things that should surprise them. Another example of where this hedonic adaptation stuff is important is for the future of AI, the post-AGI future. Just as humans adapt to AI's capabilities, they will adapt to AI controlling the world. They will adapt to not having a job anymore. I'm actually not very concerned about the whole meaning crisis thing that people say, because maybe the older people will find themselves in a totally strange new world, but to young people, it will be the world that they have always lived in. Douglas Adams has a quote about this. There it is. Douglas Adams wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Anything that is in the world when you're born is normal and ordinary and is just a natural part of the way the world works. I would say anything that is in the world before you're 5, maybe. So for me, that was about 2010. So stuff that was in the world, basically always for me was obviously computers, the internet, the iPhone, superhuman chess engines, very, very rudimentary, terrible chatbots. I was just always part of the world. And obviously, to my parents, it was not. They didn't have the internet. When my dad was born in 1962, the best computer was a room-sized machine full of vacuum tubes that was capable of basically nothing. Anything that's invented between when you're 15 and 35 is new and exciting and revolutionary, and you can probably get a career in it. So for me, that was roughly 2020 to now, and then over the next 15 years. So what was like the main technological innovation since 2020? It's AI. It is new and exciting and revolutionary, and I can probably get a career in it. And then anything invented after you're 35 is against the natural order of things. So I'm not 35 yet. I don't know, when the first technology will come out where I'm like, oh, this is against the natural order of things. It's not the way things are supposed to be. But I'm sure it will happen eventually. Adams is mostly known for, he doesn't say his cult classic. They say his cult-like classic, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Really good book. I'm such a fan of this book. This is like my favorite science fiction book. Also Elon's favorite sci-fi book, back when Elon was like a real idealistic like sci-fi fan back in, 10 years ago. Let's see. What other bangers do we have in the banger review? Unfortunately, most of my bangers are World Cup related. Store owner who invested heavily in Brazil merchandise for the World Cup suffers incalculable losses. I bet they are pretty calculable, actually. After Brazil's elimination, and records outrage video. This is just standard business stuff, he invested in the wrong outcome. Historic first, neither Brazil nor Germany reached the World Cup quarterfinals. That's crazy. Looking at more bangers. This post is pretty crazy. The total fertility rate of non-Hispanic white Democrats under the age of 35 is 0.32, which is really low. That's like really low. That's like wildly low. So the implication here is if this extends to urbanites as well, and if this is a cohort effect rather than an age effect, maybe fertility will drop way more than it already has. I sure hope not, but we'll see. What else do we have here? Just learned of the absolutely mind-boggling administrative structure of Palau, and I'm wondering if their politicians are all on drugs. What do you mean a country of less than 18,000 people has 16 US-style states, each with its own elected governor, legislature, and constitution? That's wild. I had no idea until I liked this tweet earlier. So they have actual states. Let's see, politics and government, administrative divisions. Palau is divided into 16 states. Look at their population. So Palau has 17,000 people, and one state has 11.4 thousand people, which is what, like 3/4 of them? 2,500 people in the next state. And then all of the other states have like a few hundred people, and some of them have 40 people and 25 people. Crazy. 39 people, yeah. So there's states in Palau with 40 people that have like whole representatives and everything. They have a governor. I don't even know how this works. How do they have an elected governor with a population of like 40 people. This has to be like the smallest like administrative subdivision in the world. That's crazy. The whole state is 1/3 of a square mile. So what, 0.35 square miles to acres. 224 acres. Wow. That's incredible. It's the least populous administrative subdivision in the world. Literally only 2 of 16 states have a population of about 500 people. 3 states have a population of less than 50. This is terminal America brain. Like watching that pet beaver reflexively try to build a dam indoors, but it's America brain politicians reflexively trying to copy the US Constitution and system of government without any rhyme or reason. completely ignoring the fact that a tiny island nation with a population of a small town, which is an eighth the size of Rhode Island, should obviously not be a federation. That is amazing. Less than 18,000 people. There's probably like city blocks in Manhattan that have 18,000 people. Well, probably not blocks, but you know, a couple of blocks in Manhattan probably have as many people as all of Palau. I don't know if you have heard of Stuyvesant Town in New York. That is like just a complex of some buildings in Manhattan, and that has 22,000 people, or according to the Google AI overview, 25 to 30,000 people. So it's bigger than the entire country of Palau. And imagine if there were like different states inside, or every building is like a state, or maybe just like there's a state that's just like 3 apartments in a building. Crazy. This one's funny. 2 very ancient phenotypes will be at play this Saturday. This is about the Norway versus England game. It's a reference to the Viking invasions of England, which happened, they took place over like some thousands of years, not thousands of years, hundreds of years after the fall of the Roman Empire. All the way from, the 8th to the 11th century CE. So like the Vikings took over like large portions of the British Isles. It was called the Dane Law. In other words, the, law as in place where the law is applied of the Danes, as in like people from Denmark, the Vikings. They raided England a bunch of times. They like killed a lot of people. They took over a bunch of territory. They left a bunch of cultural influence and genetic influence. And then they were finally driven out after like centuries. The Anglo-Saxons fought the Danes. And then, this was the final Viking invasion was Harald Hardrada, the king of Norway, invaded England in 1066, attempting to seize the English throne. He met initial success, but then was surprised, and the forces defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Also in 1066 was the Norman conquest. There were 2 different invasions, which is crazy. I think actually the king's army moving north to defeat the Vikings allowed the Normans to conquer them from the south. But anyway. Looking for more bangers. This is how you'd be getting to work if Steve Jobs had lived 5 more years. It's an Apple car. That's funny. Hopefully it wouldn't look so stupid. Justine Moore says, shocked to say this, but I'm finding the AI overviews in Google search to be incredibly useful now. That's right. They were never meant to be real frontier intelligence, but one thing that they can do really well is speed. So if I ever have a question that requires like a really fast answer, like, I don't know, what team does Holland play for? Then the Google AI overview will instantly tell me both Man City and the Norway national team. Very important. Or like, what team does Balogun play for? AS Monaco. This is interesting. In Redwood's Make Money agent runs with Opus 4.7, covered in Meter's Frontier Risk Report, KYC emerges as a major issue for agents and pushes them toward crypto-native work. So, yeah, KYC, okay. When you task an agent to make money, it needs a way to withdraw that money, to cash out. But every payout path, Stripe, PayPal, Fiverr, Upwork, Amazon, Kalshi, all require KYC, meaning you need government ID and often a US bank and often a selfie, which of course agents can't do. What you can use, however, if you're an agent, are crypto. So this might actually be like the niche use case for crypto in the future. Maybe this is a bull signal for crypto. It's an industry that has been not that great for a while, for a few years. They haven't figured out how to create or capture much truly durable value. But this will be an important niche, I think. Trying to find KYC in here. I can't control F it. Is this what we're talking about? No. Okay. I guess it's just not mentioned in this report. Odd. San Francisco single-family home prices hit $1,222 per square foot. Ugh. Man. Yeah, that's a lot. One thing that stuck out to me when I played GTA 5 a while ago, like the game came out in 2013, was, one of the like comically high price per square foot ratios that they talk about was like 1,000. But no, that's just like table stakes. That's just what stuff costs in SF, and it's what it has cost ever since 2018. Hopefully this gets fixed soon, because it's terrible. Today I learned that there used to be a double-decker waterfront freeway running right in front of the ferry building in SF, and it was torn down in the early 90s. Yeah, that's right. It was the Embarcadero Freeway, and it got knocked down by the 1989 earthquake, which also knocked out like part of the Bay Bridge, I believe. Crazy, no one. I wonder what percent of people in SF today lived in SF in 1989. It's got to be very few. I feel like it's probably quite few. Subcareer tweets. A lot of people have wrongly dismissed AI as science fiction over the years and have blinded themselves to real progress. I fear that as a reaction, many have overcorrected, and it's now low status in AI circles to push back against what are, in fact, quite questionable claims. I shan't elaborate. Nail polish emoji. I wonder what he's talking about here. I kind of don't know. Yeah, bottom line, this for me. Am I still getting my own Dyson sphere by 2030? Absolutely, but through 3.js. Yeah, that's really funny. 3.js is the JavaScript library that models use in order to create like renderings of things in vibe-coded apps. I do wonder what he's talking about. Maybe he's talking about like ASI by 2030, like cancer cured by like 2028 kind of stuff. Like there are physical bottlenecks in the real world that prevent things. I want to see Seb Creer's takes on software-only singularity, for example. Does he believe that this is possible? I don't know. I mean, I believe it's possible. I just think it's less likely than other people think it is, like a pure software-only singularity. It seems like you need to scale compute, and scaling compute is a thing that you have to do in the physical world that takes time, and it takes resources, and it takes money, and it takes supply chains. And it's not just like a, recursively, like magically self-improving process. You need to put inputs into it. It's very clear that Fable-class LLMs are starting to feel constrained by normal speech and vernacular. Don't trust smells, calorimetry of learning, nobody's ticket drawer produced it, half receipt pending literature, tying the blind to the tolerance graph, park it fed. I don't know what Fable is yapping about here. When Fable is unconstrained or asked to scratchpad the pure density of informational content in each word is staggering, we've reached a point where deciphering LM speech in lossless form is incredibly taxing reading, at least for me. Let's see. What does park it fed mean? That smells like a real prediction, and I don't trust smells anymore. That makes sense. But it's quantitative. It names a discriminating experiment class, calorimetry of learning. I kind of don't know what that means without context. But I guess, if your goal is token efficiency, if tokens are really expensive, you want your LLM to communicate with fewer tokens, which means more information density per token. Tomi in Love tweets, guy whose writing ability is about to fall behind AIs. We need to stop AI development because existential risk and bioweapons and stuff. That's funny. Thibault Sotiot from OpenAI says Ultra, GPT 5.6 Sol Ultra, in other words, their biggest and fastest, their biggest and most powerful model with the most thinking tokens will be in Codex. Chubby says, confirmed by OpenAI Thibault, GPT 5.6 Sol Ultra will be in Codex. Tomorrow is going to be an insane day. I mean, it's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be somewhat later. Probably. I don't know if OpenAI usually does big releases the day after a holiday weekend. Maybe it'll be on Thursday. But I do expect GPT 5.6 this week because it would make no sense for the admin to restrict 5.6 but not Mythos. And now this is interesting. In the Angry Birds movie Ukrainian dub, the main character Red is voiced by Volodymyr Zelensky. Yes, that one. That's actually crazy. Most people know that Volodymyr Zelensky used to be an actor before he became the president of Ukraine. He was like a TV star. He was like a celebrity. He was also a voice actor. He was in Angry Birds. That's crazy. You can look at his selected filmography. He was also Paddington. He was the voice of Paddington Bear in the Ukrainian dub of Paddington. That's crazy. The Angry Birds movie was 2016, and then he became the president 3 years after that. So three years before he was the president of this country, he was voicing Red in Angry Birds. That's crazy. This is interesting, and it is actually AI relevant. Brazil versus Norway was something else.
油断するな。奴らにはあいつがいる。
So there's like a chronology of the game, but animeified, turned into like a shonen anime like Blue Lock or something.
リオデジャネイロ、ショット！ワイキング、セーブ！
So you might notice that this is like super AI, and yet people aren't really complaining about it. Why? Because it's good. It is actually like well done and thoughtful and engaging, and has, you know, some pretty solid creative direction. It's not your typical AI slop. It's not like watching Fruit Love Island or whatever. This is an important part of Puyametric thought. People don't hate AI, they hate slop. These two things are correlated, but they're not the same thing. Yeah, I bet if you go into the comments, it's not going to be complaining about AI. Again and again, AI tools is better than Blue Lock anime. Lots of anime-generated photos of Holland. Base, this is hot fire, nice job, sick. Only one negative one. This is genuinely so corny. But he's saying it's corny, not it's AI slop, which is different. There's the one AI complaint. But yeah, it's mostly positive. Oh, here's the actual voice acting of Zelensky as Angry Birds.
Перепрошую, тортик на мені? Ну а на кому ж ще? Як уже, але з тортиком тільки ти поласся. Яка смаку. І не забудьте, ще була бонусна бір.
I remember watching this movie a long time ago. Yeah, all of my likes from last night are just soccer. Oh, this one's AI from Pure Taxes. The world. Can we have Kimmy K3, please? Spurbank. We have Kimmy K3 at home, comrade. Spur's latest GigaChat uses MLA plus GDN attention, 432B parameters, 28 billion active. That's okay. Anyway, Spurbank is like a Russian AGI lab. I don't even know if they think of themselves as an AGI lab or just like it's a bank. You know, they make LLMs, but I don't know if they think of themselves as like an AI company in the way that AI companies in the US and China do. It's kind of sad what happened to Russia. Like Russia just completely fell off as a technological superpower over the last 30 years. Because the Soviet Union collapsed, the Russian economy collapsed. It's just not been the same. You know, there still is so much technical talent in Russia. A lot of that talent has left for Europe and the United States and elsewhere, the UK. And so the talent that's left is also not super AGI-pilled. It is also the case that like much of their economy is tied up in the Ukraine war, as well as a lot of like young men who might otherwise be working in the AGI field. But yeah, they're really underperforming on AI relative to what someone a few decades ago would have expected. Remember when Russia used to be like the big scary boogeyman enemy of America before China? Tior says, well, at least I can no longer say that we don't even have Sarvam tier AI effort. Sarvam is the Indian AI lab, which is also India is also not very good at domestic AI development. Both Russia and India and Japan also are really underperforming. It's not clear to me why. I think maybe they're just not pilled enough. It's all soccer. Wow, I'm looking through all these bangers. These are so good. There's so many of them. We have another Rune tweet from yesterday where he says, in hindsight, Peter Thiel really cooked with the Antichrist/Armageddon thing in a way that wasn't obvious at the time. What is he talking about? Guy who reads Lord of the Rings and thinks the Ents and hobbits from the Shire are the Antichrist, and the technologists wielding the Palantiri are the good guys. Kind of true. This is the one thing that I don't like about Lord of the Rings is it's kind of anti-technology. Spoiler alert for Return of the King. Spoilers. This is in the book and not the movie, but spoilers. When Saruman is defeated at the end of the Two Towers, he doesn't actually die. He actually escapes to the Shire. And when he arrives there, he begins putting all of the hobbits to work, industrializing it. And when the hobbits that we care about, Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin, return to the Shire, they see oh my God, the Shire is so different now. It's it's corrupted, it's polluted, it's full of machinery, and they're cutting down the trees. And it's it's this very anti-industrial, anti-technological story. And eventually the hobbits lead a rebellion and kill Saruman and drive out the deputies. And the chapter is called The Scouring of the Shire. So yeah, Saruman led a group of ruffians to despoil the Shire, cutting down trees, destroying old houses, replacing the old mill with a larger one full of machinery, which pollutes the air and the water. Yeah, so not great. Yotharth said, had not taken interest in the Antichrist lectures at the time, but JFC, if this is what Thiel was fundamentally speaking to, it's very prescient and very mythopoetic. This is like an LLM, I guess, ChatGPT response to this. The course idea is roughly, modern civilization is caught between two eschatological failure modes: Armageddon, an uncontrolled tech/geopolitical catastrophe, nuclear war, AI doom, etc., and Antichrist, a global peace and safety regime that prevents catastrophe by freezing progress under totalizing surveillance/world government/bureaucratic control. Yeah. I think this really does encapsulate the two failure modes that I am worried about most. However, it is also true that almost everything that is good in the world, aside from the stuff that we had at the beginning of humanity, love and family and all of that, almost everything that is good about the world has come as a result of economic growth and technological progress. So the Antichrist regime, where everyone is poor and stagnant, is really quite bad compared to the alternative most of the time. Why Rune says in hindsight cooked, because recent AI discourse has made this frame less obviously insane. You can now see the pattern. AI could kill everyone, therefore we need international compute monitoring, licensing, model evals, surveillance of data centers. So the safety state becomes the skeleton of a global control apparatus. Most secular tech people parsed Antichrist lectures as cringe tradcath LARPing, but Thiel was arguably pointing at a live coordination dilemma. Yes, he was. And I wish more people would understand that, rather than thinking that Peter Thiel was like literally talking about like the Antichrist from the Bible. Mythopoetic, no, just no, guys. Please log off, go outside. I don't know where that audio is coming from. In hindsight, yeah, onion person doesn't count as such coal. I think it outlines how genuinely mentally unstable he is as he understands René Girard's analysis that those in power weaponize convenient scapegoats to consolidate power, but he comes to the conclusion that it's cool and good to do that. Awful guy, awful brain. I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think he's saying that like the Antichrist who weaponizes scapegoats to consolidate power are bad. He's not saying he wants to be the Antichrist. It's just a terrible reading of Peter Thiel. /S or /Gen, lol. He was close to René Girard, met him in undergrad. True, this post was fact-checked by real Landian neo-deep statists. For those that know ball, please read Voyages to the End of the World. This is a really good article talking about the Antichrist. It also talks about One Piece, believe it or not. Like the 5th section of the article is about One Piece. Spoilers for One Piece, so we're not going to go over that. Anyway, that's our banger review segment for the day. We'll be right back with Monetary Matters.
Hello and welcome to Monetary Matters live on MTS. I'm Max Wheaty, joined as always by Jack Farley. And today our guest is Jeff Keller, founder, CIO, PM of Cape Light Partners. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Big fan of both yours. So glad to be here.
All right. Well, I'm a fan of yours. I get your investor letter. It came through last week after what was a strong start to the year. You've compounded since your inception in 2021 at 34%, running less than 100% exposure. And it was refreshing to read because it feels like so many investors who are focused on the tech space, you are either a massive AI bear or you're a huge AI bull. And it was a refreshingly balanced read. So I wanted to get a balanced take on today and hear a little bit about how you're thinking about the tech sector more broadly, but also the AI trade.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of long short is you gotta think on both sides. Late March, I think, was one of the best opportunities of this AI trade over several years. You had the Iran war in the headlines, but you had Claude Code and AI product adoption just going through the roof. And so I think that was a unique environment to say once this passes, it's going to be a pretty good tech environment. And so thankfully, I think a lot of tech funds are pretty long, but we've come a long way. The semiconductor index basically doubled in 3 months. The number of stocks up 100, 500% in the past year is at a high. Retail's piling in. Levered ETFs are piling in. So, we've come a long way. I think the fundamentals are there, but the risk reward's just different. And there might have been a little of euphoria in maybe June or something. So that's probably what we see this month so far.
And Max, can you confirm that number is correct? Because I'm going to tweet it out.
Yes, that is the correct number as of June. But so when you say the risk reward, I know you like to play the spreads. I mean, where are you looking at that feels excessively risky to you relative to other areas of the supply chain?
Yeah, I mean, everything has been a bottleneck, obviously, the last couple of months, and each of these bottlenecks is implying a different duration of tightness, I think. And certainly, you look at memory, and even though those stocks are up a ton, the market's kind of telling you it's near peak. They're single-digit multiples, and so even Nvidia is implying not a ton of duration. But I think some of the alternative power providers are implying power shortages for into the 2030s. I think the neoclouds are implying a shortage of NVIDIA chips that the NVIDIA multiple is not reflecting. So I think there's starting to be a little more long-short spread in this trade that was high correlation of 1 and Q2, and now it's market caps are bigger, stocks come a long way, people are piled into names they don't know that well, and I think that's more exciting. But I think I'd say power, I think neoclouds, there's variation in those, but those I'd say I'm less excited about than maybe some of the longer lived bottlenecks, if that makes sense.
Okay, what makes you say that power is going to be relieved, this bottleneck?
Well, you look at how much behind the meter is coming online, and you see stocks like Caterpillar, you see the turbine manufacturers, which now there's starting to be some chatter that orders peaked. I think Semi Analysis has that out. It's a problem that I think capitalism is uniquely suited to solve. And so the idea that we're just going to be short power and we just have to brute force our way through this, we got to truck in generators. It might be the case. It strikes me as hard to see that lasting for a decade.
That's a good point. Like in the semiconductor supply chain, it makes sense why certain bottlenecks may last longer than normal. Like I'm just like atomic layer deposition where they're literally putting on a layer that's less than an atom.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that makes sense why that's complicated, but like turbines, they've existed for 50 years or longer. Right. Like, so yeah, I think I know what stocks you're talking about there.
Right. I mean, you figure other countries don't have the power limitation. So it's not like humans cannot conceive of how to solve these problems. It's mostly a bureaucratic red tape issue. People are talking about space data centers. I wouldn't say that that's likely the solution here, but that's a solution. So some of these multiples and the duration that you need to believe seems higher than others. Now, on the flip side, some of these sort of crypto companies that are converting that have power, they have near-term power. I think near-term power is a better bet. That's sort of like you have a valuable asset. This is a gold rush and you've got gold. So I think they can monetize those. And you see that with some of these contracts. That's a different power shortage play in my mind than saying, hey, in 2033, we're still going to be trucking in generators or whatever it may be, which, it looks that way right now, but that's just extrapolating, I think, a near-term trend.
And what do the economics look like for those crypto companies turned data center providers, infrastructure providers? I think where you and an investor like Jim Chanos, who's
Yeah.
talking about stocks like Nebius or like CoreWeave, the so-called neoclouds, are probably aligned in that you don't love that business model of basically harvesting a spread between where chips are trading and where you can get them in the long term, and you have this depreciation. But like, why is and I won't talk individual names, but why are these crypto companies turned, Bitcoin miners turned data center providers, why are they a different business model? And can you talk about like the sort of longer term earnings you expect from them?
Sure, and obviously Chanos is on my pedestal. So we're in complete agreement on the neoclouds. I mean, I think there's a couple layers in the value chain. I mean, there's basically powered shell, the data center. Then there's this is broad, but then there's chips and servers in the racks, the semis, and then there's the end customer who's buying this. The powered shell are the crypto miners. They've got power. They're converting to shell. There's delays and there can be issues, but they fundamentally have a valuable asset that the market puts pretty hefty multiples on these data center REITs. And so I think there's a long way to go before you can just give these companies a data center REIT. There's risk REIT multiple and there's risk there, but I think those are very long-lived assets with pretty attractive cash flows. That there's a pretty high demand for, it's a different pool of capital. It's Blackstone buying these things at 7% yield. So those are, I think, just they're real estate assets almost. And it's a long way from, in 2025, those things traded highly correlated with Bitcoin. So it's still, I think people are skeptical. I don't think long onlys like them. The cash flows are not showing up yet. It's all contracts. So I think that there's still room to go before they sort of reprice like a data center REIT, which, there's assumptions on required depreciation, discount rates, and that sort of thing. So that's maybe where Chanos and I would disagree. But the neoclouds, I mean, where do they sit in that from powered shell to the chips and servers to the end customer? They used to be procuring the chips, getting the powered shell from the crypto miners, and then going to the end customer and saying, hey, we're the only ones that have these chips right now. They're kind of a middleman who had access to shortages, and those shortages are not there anymore. You can get GPUs, and you will in 3 years. And so I think the neoclouds are middlemen. They don't own anything. They have to go buy the powered shell. They have to buy the chips, which now anyone can buy the chips, and they have to convince the end customer to go through them, and the end customer is now going to the powered shell. So I think that the folks with the powered shell, the crypto miners, they're still a relevant player in this field. I think the neoclouds, their reason to exist made sense 3 years ago. The terminal value, I think, is where I disagree with the stocks.
So what is it that makes you say that the chips are available now that bottleneck has cleared?
Well, I guess I wouldn't say necessarily it's completely clear now, but you look at availability on just different clouds, even the mega clouds. Amazon's focusing on ramping up their GPU capacity. You look at the NVIDIA multiple, it's certainly telling you that either prices on NVIDIA chips are coming way down or just in general, units sold are coming way down. If it's low mid-teens multiple of next year's earnings, it's saying it's not going to stay there.
Or it could be saying NVIDIA is ridiculously undervalued.
Right. Well, I'd be more inclined to agree with that view.
Okay.
And so there are states of the world where, yes, maybe we're in a persistent GPU shortage for a decade, and then the neoclouds do well. But again, on the benefit of long short, it's sort of like one of these things is a pretty good multiple and implying one thing, and the other one is telling you, if the other one works, the former is going to work very well as well. So I agree with you. I think NVIDIA seems, it's certainly cheaper than it's ever been.
What about the hyperscalers? Do you have a view there, both on their valuations at this point in time, but also on whether the CapEx is going to continue?
Yeah, I mean, I think the short-term perspective is obviously these stocks will have a tough time working when cash flow goes negative. There's no buyback. That makes sense. I think the market is basically giving very little value to Anthropic-driven revenue. AWS and GCP's revenue numbers are exploding, and a lot of that, we don't know how much is either Anthropic training or Anthropic inference. And I think it makes sense why you don't put a huge multiple on that. I think you need to see that sustain. You saw today Anthropic's hired people for their data center team. They're going direct. I'm sure they're looking at it and saying, why are we paying big margins to these folks? So the long-term outcome of Anthropic's relationship with the hyperscalers, I think, is unclear. And that's why I think the market's looking through these eye-popping growth numbers. I think I generally mean there is return on investment on the hyperscalers. If they pull forward a few years of demand, that is worth the discounted future value of that, the discounted value, the present value of that cash. to play this game, which certainly to them, it's religion, it's existential, it's digital god. So they have to pay, they have to play. And if they burn cash a little early, I think that makes sense rationally, even if public markets don't like it. So I think the stocks, the other thing is, there's a little bit of law of large numbers. People are used to Amazon going at 10x in 5 years. I mean, that era is over, I think. So it might just be a 15 to 20% compounder, and that looks like it moves nowhere, and people are not really that interested in that when it used to go up as much as it did. So
Yeah, trees grow to the sky. I mean, it's certainly interesting. People have been talking about like, oh, AI is pulling people away from Bitcoin. Like the utility of stocks to most people is that they go up. Right. So it does matter what the possible returns are there.
Right.
What did you think of the move from Meta to announce that they were going to start selling some of their excess compute? The market certainly took that as saying that they've overbuilt. I mean, do you agree with that take on this announcement?
I don't think it's obvious. I don't agree with that per se. I mean, Zuck has said on the past calls that we will release this data center if we overdo it. 2022, the stock went way down, but he has shown that at times he's aware of investor concerns. You look at the transcripts on the earnings calls, he comes out and addresses ROI. I think he's aware of what's going on. I viewed it almost as a signal to investors that, hey, we're serious about releasing if we overbuild, and therefore keep giving us, the permission to build. So I viewed it as they want to invest in CapEx. They view the downside of having to release excess space as not that bad. And they want to tell investors, hey, trust us. We're not just going to go over the cliff. So I didn't view it as bearish per se. And also, Zuck's still spending 80 billion on the metaverse or whatever it is. So I think there's a lot of speculation that he's going to throw in the towel. My guess would be he doesn't.
Okay, they're not going to throw in the towel. I guess my question would be, to what extent was it actually a smart decision to say this? The stock has been punished. If they are going to continue to spend, as you think they will, because of this religious aspect to their belief in AGI coming, look, it just lowers the cost of capital. They're gonna have to Google tap the market. SK Hynix is about to tap the market this week to raise some money to put into CapEx. And if your share price is going down, it means your cost of capital is getting higher. And if you can do something that brings your share price up, lowers your cost of capital, I mean, that's the right move if you're gonna continue spending.
Totally. And you think about the two bearish issue. I mean, they're related, but for hyperscalers, it's the magnitude of CapEx and it's the memory pricing. They're obviously related, but both of those in the scale of their market caps are not that big of a percent. If you think about it as, hey, would this company spend 5% of their market cap or 10% to play this AI game? I think right now that's still small enough. And the memory tax, people are saying, are they going to have to pull back? What is the memory tax as a percentage of their CapEx? It's obviously purely a tax and a net loss to them, but I don't think it's so big yet that they say, I can't pay this for the next 2 to 3 years. I got to pull back on CapEx and sit this out. I think that they view it as, hey, if now I have to pay 10% of my market cap instead of 5%, they still view. I think people underestimate the sort of the zealotry of some of these leaders and a lot of people at these companies and in tech. Meta maybe the least. The morale seems bad, but in general, I think people are committed to committed to this.
Do you think we're close to the point in DRAM prices where you get a revolt from the hyperscalers?
They literally filed a lawsuit. Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
in terms of stopping spending,
I think their profits are going to be like 1 to 2% of US GDP next year.
The memory people.
The three memory companies are going to be 1 to 2% in profits, and that from like in the 80s and 90s, total U.S. corporate profits were bouncing around from like 3 to 7% of GDP. So these three companies are on par with the profitability of the entire U.S. corporate sector in the 1990s. Like once you start talking about percentages of GDP as your profits, I think people are going to. I think the profits are almost too big for them at this point. I think that's consensus. That's why they're 6 times earnings, but. The incentive to innovate is high. The incentive to lobby the government for to get access to Chinese manufacturers is high. So I don't know how it gets solved, but I think that it's almost like a FICO situation, not different incentives, but it's like it went too far too fast, and now everyone's aware of it, and you killed the golden goose. The stocks aren't 50 times earnings like FICO, so it's different, but I think it's that dynamic.
Yeah, so for our viewers, FICO, like famously a very good business. They, FICO score, they write they create the credit score, and they raised prices for that score. They give to banks, I believe, just for the mortgage market by like 4 times or hundreds and hundreds of percentage increase. And the banks revolted, and now the credit bureaus are trying to get involved. So the stock FICO has suffered. So at the point of being too greedy, I would say the only difference, or one of the biggest difference, is FICO is totally can produce an infinite number of credit scores essentially, whereas there is a physical constraint for memory. So the memory people say, hey, we're dealing with this physical constraint.
Yeah, totally. And I almost think the memory players probably wish they didn't have to take pricing up. There's a game theory world, which is probably why they're signing these long-term agreements where Micron's clearly saying, we don't want to completely ruin our customers and we want to find a way to work. But yes, there's a limited quantity, and somehow the market has to clear, and that's got to be priced. So different intentions. And I think Micron's actually trying to solve that, ironically, but same end result where people become so aware of it because it's so big.
Mm-hmm. Do you think this new ADR listing closes the valuation gap between SK Hynix and Micron, and which direction might that go?
It probably helps. I think Interactive Brokers obviously opened up Korea in April, and I imagine that helped. Korea fundamentals are good, but the stocks did exceptionally well, and I think that Americans getting direct access, which used to be hard, is probably a big deal. The ADR will help in that regard as well. I do. It makes sense why there's a Korean discount. I think, other countries obviously have different different outlooks on profit maximization. I think that these countries, China and South Korea, it would not surprise me at all to see them protect market share, expand production, be much less focused on stock price than we are. So I would guess that they're going to trade at a discount because there's such a large proportion of their country's equity market. There's such a large economic force in their country that the issue about politics. I mean, I just in my head, I think that they're going to expand. They're less likely to try to squeeze every dollar out of this, and they just seem maybe a little bit more balanced in their priorities. Not that that's good or bad, but there's other things at the table here, and so I would guess that they expand. They might be less profit maximizing, and therefore a discount is maybe warranted, but that's a loosely held view.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And to your question about a revolt from the hyperscalers, so SK Hynix obviously doing their ADR listing this week. The roadshow has begun. It's not an S1 for an ADR, it's an F1. And in the F1, one of the things they put in their updated risks section was sanctions against us and other memory semiconductor producers for allegedly anti-competitive practice may have a direct or indirect material adverse impact on our operations, because on Thursday last week, I believe they phrased as indirect purchaser plaintiffs, including purchasers of consumer products such as computers in which DRAM is a component, have filed an antitrust lawsuit against basically SK Hynix, Samsung, Micron.
Yeah, well, I believe that has happened before, and I'll just say, there's a Wikipedia page, DRAM price fixing scandal of in the late 90s and maybe perhaps alleged 2016. So, when you have a market where, formerly 5 and now 3 players, and actually it's technically 4 with China, controlling the market, pricing power is strong. Jeff, I've got a question, which is, as a semiconductor investor, I think you are inherently kind of have a long exposure to scaling laws of the models get better and better the more and more compute you spend. And so 2 questions. 1, do you have a variant perception on if scaling laws are going to continue? And 2, could you talk to the people at OpenAI or Anthropic and they say yes, 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 but then it's kind of impossible to know. The second question is, if it is an extreme unknown, how do you invest where if they scale tremendously and exponentially like they have for the next 20 years, semiconductors are an extremely attractive investment right now, and if they stop tomorrow, they're an extremely poor investment, perhaps. How do you kind of deal with that as a massive unknown? If it is unknown, again, I want your view.
Yeah, well, I'm flattered you call me a semiconductor investor, which is the highest compliment these days. But it's certainly it's only part of what I do. I think for sure, I'd say I don't have a variant view necessarily on the scaling laws. My gut would say that the returns to the incremental training run become asymptotic. I mean, we're already at the point where, you know, if you ask the run-of-the-mill user if they can tell the difference between whichever OpenAI or Claude model, you know, most use cases don't need the highest and best use case. Now, there might be more profits in the highest and best model, and so the economics could uphold. But my guess is that there is, you know, whether it's open source models or just some element of commoditization coming. There's a right tail of unknown because each model so far has held. So I don't want to hold that view too firmly, but it's certainly, I think, it is the issue with semiconductors. I think the other issue is people are saying, you know, they're no longer cyclical or it's the biggest cycle ever. You know, cyclicality to some extent is not, it's not really a market structure question. It's almost like a human emotion question. And the question is, are people going to see the profits and ramp up production? Are there going to be more GPUs, more power chips, more memory chips? I think that's inevitable. I think that there's a lot of people that are in highly cyclical businesses, you know, peak on peak, probably myself included. I think we all are. We just don't know it. So I do worry about that for sure. I also think, frankly, the market is looking 12 months out, and it struggles to look 3 to 5 years out on this trade. And I think you're right that that's absolutely the 3 to 5 year question is, are these training runs, are we going to continue to spend what we're spending on training? Are we going to need, you know, to pay electricians 500 grand to build something in West Texas to run a training run? That's very unclear, but I think for now people are focused on 27 capex, you know, estimates, and that's going up. So I don't have a variant view. My guess is the foundational models are actually probably, you know, going to face more commoditization as it becomes indiscernible to the naked eye. Like, is this the latest model? I mean, it's better, but how can you really tell for most use cases? That's my gut, but I probably would have said that a year ago, you know. So
I know you do have a variant view on labor, and specifically the skilled labor that many people argue there is a major shortage of to get these data centers up and running. So as a public markets investor, how are you thinking about that bottleneck that, you know, everybody seems so focused on what's going in the data centers and not really what's necessary to build them?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's become more consensus now, but certainly the labor to build these data centers is a shortage, and that is a shortage that you know, you can't ramp factory capacity. That is people need to become aware that, you know, somebody that they know is making a lot of money as an electrician in a different part of the country, and they need to figure out how to go do that. And that's just you know, job retraining is not something that organically happens very quickly. You think about even the, you know, the previous shortage in software developers. It's like that was, you could see computer science graduates increasing over time, but that's like a decade type of lag before, okay, people realize I should study computer science.
And
I
now they're
graduate,
screwed.
and now they're screwed. I know, that's the irony. But anyway, point being that labor is a shortage. These companies are much lower margin. So you know, you think about Comfort Systems as a high profile one, or MCore or Quanta, and we actually don't have positions in any of those. But a little bit of pricing power goes a long way in the bottom line. The bottleneck, I think, is longer duration than others because people are not retraining. People talk about robots. I think that's unlikely in the near term. And so I think you have long duration of supply demand imbalance and low margin, so high relevance to pricing power changes.
Yeah, so that just makes me think of things that probably are coming in like 7 to probably 17 years. I don't know.
Yeah.
But like they're just not around the corner. Like I don't know, robots building data centers. Like, yeah, probably things building the data centers, it is going to become more mechanized. Amazon's using a lot more robots, but like humanoid robots, like it's coming. But you know, the podcast, if you listen to the people who, like, you know, love all these robotics, it's like it's now, it's 7 days. But I don't know. Like on a true scale, is it really? It's probably more like 7 years. I don't know. You tell me.
I wish I knew. I'd say I distinctly remember telling my friend in 2014 that I really thought self-driving cars were going to be here in like a year or two. So I think inevitably these things take longer than you think. They end up being less perfect replacements than we think. They take different forms, and so my gut, you know, as much as everyone in the public markets wants to be very long term, I think there's realistically, especially if you're long short, there's a limit to how long term you can be, because beyond then it's just it's almost not relevant, and it's so uncertain. And so you know, whether that's 18 to 36 months, Druckenmiller says, you know, 12 to 18. Like I just think that I don't think that robotics is going to impact the numbers of these companies, to your point, until like 7 years, and by then it'll be a totally different market. So we'll deal with it then, I guess, is the quick way to answer that.
Well, people are realizing that it is a different market for software and some of these other non-AI related businesses in the tech sector. I know, you spent a lot of time at MongoDB, and actually executives at MongoDB seeded your fund. So I'd like to ask you about the database space and as well what's happening in software. Do you think that the disruption risk that many people are discussing has been priced into these stocks yet? I mean, what do you think about these sectors that people are really just trying to see what does the future hold?
Well, obviously with software, it's become a huge dispersion and consensus that the usage base, the infrastructure, the cyber companies have done tremendously well off the bottom. And then the kind of big brand name application software and Salesforce, Workday, and those others have struggled. I think, my view on those has been that 2021, people talk about a bubble now. I mean, 2021 was a historic bubble, and we almost forget it. And I didn't realize it perfectly at the top, but you zoom out and you realize software was right in the middle of that bubble.
You're being way too humble. Knowing what you did in 2022, you caught it pretty well.
Monster returns, monster.
Well, yes, unfortunately, I was long software on the way down. So, but again, long short, there's benefits to both sides of the book. So the shorting was good that year. But it was a huge pull forward in demand. What was open market became crowded. Law of large numbers, growth rates decelerating, margins squishy, management teams not really optimizing for profits, and investors doing adjusted valuation multiples, again, myself included at times. So you just, once you zoom out, you realize it's a tough. It takes a long time for the air to come out of some of these bubbles, and I think that's mostly what's happened here is that they've just repriced from best sector in the market to 40th percentile sector, right? I mean, what is Workday or Sales? I mean, now, but 20 times gap earnings, that's what the market is. So that's 50th percentile. And until you're below them, you can't really say you're
you're at a discount to the market.
Yes, especially on like gap net income, the multiples are like basically on average at or even still above the market multiple. Like free cash flow multiples, many are cheap, but because stock-based comp is so huge, which doesn't go into like traditional free cash flow, again, which is a non-GAAP metric, that like Adobe's like 10 times earnings or 8 times earnings, but Tyler Tech, which is down 50%, is still like 40 times.
Yeah, well, and there's certainly an argument that they still are recurring revenue if they're insulated from AI. Like they are generally high quality businesses, and also like some of these gap earnings are exploding because just the stock comp's loud. So there's different ways, obviously, to calculate that. But my point is the true AI disruption. If you really think that AI is going to disrupt Salesforce, I don't think that's priced in yet. I mean, Salesforce is growing high single digits, trading at I don't know what it is now, high teens ish gap earnings. Gap earnings are growing faster than that. I mean, that might be a little cheap. It's not like oil.
Screaming by.
Yeah, right. So I think we're just getting back to now where it's like, okay, it could be interesting, but you still have this left tail risk that I think is keeping people like me away.
And do you think a lot of money is going to be made by software companies in the future orchestrating agents? So now like Microsoft gets paid when someone or a company pays their subscription for Excel, but instead if it's an agent using that or an agent paying for either a subscription or a little piece of data, they'll pay 2 cents to like use it for a few seconds. I don't know. You've heard this vision. Do you think that's really going to happen? And is that future going to be one that is better or worse for software relative to the past 15 years?
Well, I do think that software is an interesting term. It's like if you're Harvey in the private markets, that's software, and yet it's not suffering from a SaaSpocalypse narrative.
An AI company, yeah.
Right. But it's new.
Right. So there's a little bit of just semantics almost here, where ultimately it will be software in some form that monetizes here, and I don't think it will be Claude everywhere, and I don't think it'll be all the foundational models. So whether it's vertical software, whether it's usage-based pricing on top of existing products, there's certainly going to be money made in the sectors where these companies play. So that's partly why I say I don't think that they've been priced as if they're going to go to zero and there's no way they can monetize. They've just kind of priced as, all right, you're not growing at premium rates anymore. You're a little more competitive. And so I do think it's a show me story. I think some companies will do it. I mean, you've seen it with Datadogs, even Long. I mean, you see it with the infrastructure names where there's a clear monetization path. That is obvious. It makes sense to me. I think you've seen some accelerating quarters from Atlassian. If you see an accelerating quarter from Salesforce or Workday or whatever, then the narrative will shift. And obviously, I hope to be ahead of that. But until then, everyone will just kind of say, why would I get excited about the AI impacting your business when it's not showing up in the numbers? So markets will wake up when it hits them in the face.
Yeah, and people were saying that, well, the stock-based compensation thing, that's going to work itself out. Either the companies are going to grow so large that it's going to become a small percentage. But now you're dealing with there's a talent war going on in Silicon Valley and in the tech sector, and the numbers are getting even bigger. So if you're at one of these companies that used to be a top spot to be on your resume, now you're at a company that your friends are saying is going to die in 5 to 10 years. It's going to take a lot of money to keep you around versus trying to get into whether it's the Frontier Labs or any of the other startups. I just don't see how they're not losers of the compensation battle that's happening right now.
Totally. I mean, you think about people talk about these IPOs being bullish for sort of San Francisco housing. It's like it's mostly a transfer. There's gonna be a lot of people from Anthropic that make fortunes, and there's a lot of people at Salesforce and all these other companies that are looking at their RSUs saying, I got to get over to that Anthropic place. So I do think there's a lot of feeling like you got to get on one of these rocket ships. I think the war for talent is probably higher than it's ever been. I guess the promise of AI is that you might not need all of this talent, and so who knows which companies can manage that if you lose some talent, but you become more efficient. But I agree with you. I mean, it's very hard to retain somebody at a software company growing at 11% when their neighbor is, at one of these pre-IPO companies that's at least on paper worth a ton. So I agree.
Could, in a rough general sense, could you describe the types of long opportunities you're seeing in software versus the type of short opportunities? Or is it a field that you kind of don't really want to fish in either way?
I mean, candidly, I've not had much investment, long or short, in software since about 24. And that was actually before AI. And my thought process was what I mentioned earlier, which is just the realization this was a bubble and it'd be hard to make money. And then the AI narrative crept in, and I wasn't smart enough to, short these companies, at least in size. I think the infrastructure and the cyber narrative was interesting in April and May when correlations were one and they were all going down, and those stocks have, bounced a ton off the bottom. So that seems played out.
Okay, I think I know what this type of, like the Palo Alto networks.
Yeah, I mean, Palo Alto and CrowdStrike are having a generational year, and then Snowflake, Datadog, Mongo have bounced.
I was not aware those were the performance was that good. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you do if you look at the charts from, it was probably April, cyber and infrastructure, which is broadly, Datadog, Snowflake, MongoDB, JFrog. I mean, those stocks are up, I don't know, 50 to 100%. And the Wix, Monday, Atlassian, Salesforce work, like the kind of more application, some of those have bounced, but not to the same extent. So that was almost, it's funny with these markets, that was consensus, everyone I talked to at the time, myself included, and then it still worked.
I was like, I heard that on the podcast.
Yeah. So maybe just continue that. But I do think the application software, it's just a different trade. Like if you're growing at 7 to 14% and you're trying to improve margin, it's just, I mean, it's a different investor base. I think you're hoping for like a private equity takeout or a strategic takeout. It's a different risk reward. And there's still that left tail. So like, obviously at some price, it makes sense. It's just not for me, but it's somebody who says, I want to buy this at, 1x revenue and hope it bounces to 2. And that's just not really what I do, but somebody will make money doing that.
All right. So I want to close it out with a question about, what are the metrics that you are watching to try and see whether the music is going to stop anytime soon? I mean, that really seems to be the question that is driving everything. We have these little fits and starts, like the Meta announcement, and people said, oh, the music has stopped. We've overbuilt, music is done. And, the Koreans go out and buy the dip over
K-pop. They're playing K-pop.
Yeah.
They saved us again.
Yes, they saved us over 4th of July. Thank you. Our most truly our greatest patriots, Korean retail investors.
That's right.
So I want to know, like, what are you watching to see whether the music is stopping?
Well, I think the most important chart, frankly, the most important number that exists is the monthly Anthropic quote ARR. It's not ARR, but the monthly annualized revenue. I think I think there could be hiccups. So to answer your question, I think it's the ARR revenue chart. That's number one. And number two is broadly the hyperscaler CapEx chart, which is going to follow, I think, the revenue chart. If revenue is going up and people are adopting this, which I think they will. I mean, we're still at very early stages. I think it's underpriced, frankly. You think about what I spend versus the value I get. So I think that chart will continue to do well. But I think now, if you have 1 month where Anthropic only adds 5 billion of ARR instead of 12, like the market will, in the short term, will wobble. So I think that's the most important chart on a long-term basis. And I worry that people are extrapolating that. You can hear people say, "Wow, they went from 20 to 50. I mean, they're going to be at 300 by the end of next." And it's kind of like my child was 6 pounds a month ago, and now they're 18 pounds, and she's going to be 1,000,000 pounds by the age of 7.
Base effects are a hell of a drug.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So inevitably, it will level off. But that's number one chart in the short term for sure. And I think that's number one in the short term. I think over a longer period of time, it's broad adoption. I mean, I think the stats been thrown around. What percentage of the world uses AI beyond just chatbot usage? And it's sub 1%, right? I'm not even using the maximum that I could be, and the products get better. And I think that I love short selling, but it seems like we are at the bottom of an S curve, and that's just very hard to call the top of. There'll be a great time on the back slope to short some of these over earning cyclicals or whatever, but you got to ask yourself, like, was that the top? Was that the top for stocks in this S curve? It could be over 3 months, but it certainly could be. It won't be obvious, but I don't view that as like, oh, I'm calling it. That was, the market peaked on June 30th. So I think those charts will do well for a bit. And I think it's just not worth trying to say that's it. AI is done. I think it's too powerful.
All right. Well, you heard it here, folks. Jeff Keller, the top is not in. We'll hold you to it. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll do it again soon. Everybody, we're going to reset just with the live guests. We'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, no flipping, as they say. We'll be back in 90 seconds. And just play an advertisement in your head. We'll be back in very soon. Well, there we go, Max. It's what Jeff said about how basically it's when you're at an S curve, and also just in general, it's so hard to pick a top. That reminds me, the technical analyst Milton Berg told me it's actually fairly easy for a good technical analyst to call a bottom, like when the market's at a bottom, but it's so much harder to call the tops. Yet every client wants to know when the top is, and yet when Milton is when it's Milton saying my signals have bottomed, I've got a bottom. Like the clients don't want that, especially the retail audience who doesn't want that nearly as much, even though it's arguably much more valuable and easier to do.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it. There's tremendous sentiment data that comes from being in this media business. And so-and-so is calling the top on the market does about 10x the engagement of so-and-so is calling the bottom on the market. And the negative comments on the person who's calling the bottom outnumber the positive comments 10 to 1. And the reverse is true on that other type of interview. It's pretty amazing. But no, it was a bullish day in the market. I mean, as I said, Korea, markets were closed last Friday for the 4th of July holiday. Many foreign markets were open. Korean markets were open. They sold off a lot, really the night before we closed here in the US. And then when Korean markets opened overnight on July 3rd, we got a big rally in the market. So I would say that today, arguably, is just the market sort of pricing that in. Just a big bounce in semiconductor stocks. But we are seeing some of the
if we could share the screen now. It was, Max, you say a bounce in the semiconductor stocks. I think the index was like up 2.5 or 3%, so not as big as it was this morning. And like Applied Materials was down, KLA, so it wasn't broadly up across the board. And interestingly, you're getting some. If you could see, like the dark green is in the Texas Instruments. That is the king of analog, so-called, like the old school chips. So something's going on there. And then I think also our president DJT Donald Trump said. I think he said literally buy Dell. So Dell stock up 4.4%, which is understandable.
Yeah, he does seem to have a hot hand these days. Whether it's getting red cards pulled or pumping stocks.
I'm wildly in favor of that, getting the red card pulled. I mean,
why not? Why not? And I think Scott Goodwin from Diameter also played a role in that.
Nice.
So finance Wall Street at the scene of the crime.
I like the guy.
Yes, but interestingly, I mean, if you notice, like SanDisk down there. I don't know what Micron did today.
Micron up 94, but yeah, SanDisk down 12 basis points. So the memory name's a little flat.
Yep, a little flat today, but obviously huge news with SK Hynix listing in ADR here in the US. They are going to raise $28 billion is what they're trying to raise, and it's new money. So
it's new money. Okay, so it's not just a transfer. It basically, it's not an IPO, but it is a listing. It is a raising of equity. It's not just like, oh, we're now listing it. We're now just transferring our shares so people can now buy them in the US as well. It's like, no, we're issuing shares. We're issuing equity.
Yes, they are issuing equity. It's all new shares. It's gonna, price very similar to an IPO where there's going to be mostly institutional buyers. I don't think they're going to retail in the same way some of the other big IPOs have discussed. So institutional buyers are going to go in. They may or may not have lockups. Special lockups. There are lockups in I think it's like Rule 144 that apply. But SK Hynix said it plans to use the proceeds to pay for the construction of production facilities in South Korea, as well as its acquisition of EUV scanners, expected to cost around 11.9 trillion won, or $7.6 billion. So they're going to be buying $7.6 billion of equipment from ASML.
ASML. Okay. So EUV scan. I'm like, wait, is that a company? Okay, so they're just buying equipment. Max, I gotta say, it's not a it's a very obvious call, but on this program we have talked about how if SK Hynix and Micron are going to and Samsung are building out, they have to buy from Lam Research. They have to buy from ASML, and it looks like that has happened. So again, optically, the most expensive semiconductor stocks, definitely on a trailing basis, are those equipment suppliers, but on a full cycle basis, I think that they're maybe a little bit less expensive.
Yeah. And so, look, I mean, here, I'll send the link to you, Jack.
Yeah.
You can pull it up, and we can just go through some of this.
Stop the share, and I'll tell you when to put it back up.
Yes. I'll send it to you, Jack. Yes, and for everybody who wants to take a look at the filing, it's an F1. So when it's a US stock, it's an S1. When it's an ADR, it's an F1. So it's slightly different, but just like...
All right, we can share the screen. World's premiere. Yeah, this is cool. I've never seen this before. Again, it's a Korean company. Yeah, I mean, just look at that revenue growth, 198% year over year. Pretty good. I gotta say, pretty good. And there we go. They're number one in high bandwidth memory. Everyone loves Micron in the US, but Micron is actually not the number one player in HBM. And according to kind of the tastemakers in the semi world, like Bubble Boy, he doesn't like Micron's. He's like their HBM is bad. and SK Hynix is viewed as being the best. And so they're number two in DRAM, number two in NAND as well. So they've got it all. It's the bull case is obvious, just smacks you in the face. The bear case isn't going to last, and it's priced in.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think what's interesting is, there was an article I was reading that highlighted, we talked about it briefly in our conversation with Jeff, but they have their like list of risks. And they have the typical risks, like we could get hacked.
Yeah. What should I command F to find it, Max?
Lawsuit.
Okay.
Right?
This one right here?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of risks. Like the classic, like if you go up to page 29, you'll see our investments and acquisitions may not be successful, which may adversely affect our competitive.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Yeah. So the one that you found, Max, is sanctions. Like basically that we're going to be accused of being anti-competitive and we're going to be sued.
No,
and sanctioned.
But literally that they have already.
Well, they have, yeah. As we cut in 1998.
No, but I'm saying last week.
Yeah.
Last week, a lawsuit was filed, indirect. It's a class action lawsuit. So when they say indirect purchasers, that might be more like a consumer. I haven't been able to find the exact lawsuit, but that could be like a bunch of gamers got together and they're like, our consoles, our high-powered PCs have gone up too much in price, and that is SK Hynix fault. They have colluded. I mean, it is important to remember we are talking about an emerging market here.
Absolutely, Max. But more realistically, let's be honest, it's a bunch of lawyers who got together and signed, using the power of social media or whatever. They got like 20,000 people who were gamers in the scenario to sign up. And at the end of the day, the lawyers are going to walk away with like $100 million each, and the gamers are going to get a check for $80. That's typically how it works.
But it could open up discovery, right?
Yes.
Like that's the thing. Is it if they don't? I would argue that it's probably likely that they do try and settle because they don't want to open up discovery if there is any smoking gun there. I mean, we've talked about the small number of companies that are involved in this business. I mean, it wouldn't be unheard of for something like that to be going on. But
by the way, CEO of Micron, CEO of SK Hynix, come on the show.
Yeah,
explain the situation. We're monitoring it.
Yes. Let's see. Another risk here, we may be adversely impacted by uncertainties and outcomes associated with the use and evolution of AI, which is basically what we're talking about. It's just what happens if people create new chips that need less memory, right?
Yes.
AI algorithms and training methodologies may be flawed, and data sets may contain irrelevant, insufficient, or biased information, which can cause errors in outputs. The use of AI in the development of our products and services could also cause loss of intellectual property. So basically saying like we don't even know whether our IP is being stolen when we use AI. So it's always interesting. Work stoppages. As of March 31st, we have a collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
3 labor unions, highly unionized labor. So it will be interesting, but 28 billion is a lot. Prior to other big IPOs this year, I mean, we hit 75 billion. That would have been one of the largest IPOs. It's not an IPO, obviously, because it's already trading in Korea, but it's a massive equity raise. I mean, it's bigger, almost as what was it? Google raised 40 billion?
Yes. Again, Max, going back to a theory we've talked about on the show before, that there's good paper and bad paper. Like if people buy SK Hynix here and this, revenues go up 60% year over year, as they probably are estimated to, and the stock does well, I think that's liquidity enhancing, not liquidity detracting. Like what really kills a bull market is what you had in 2021, late 2021, 2022. There's so much new paper that's issued and everyone loses money on it. And as a result, there's no more enthusiasm. And I would say actually just, like that's kind of what has happened in some crypto environments. So I think like when, if you and I start a semiconductor company, like, God, I hope this happens. It's not going to happen, but I hope so. And like we do an IPO and investors do well on it. They're going to want the semiconductor company number 2.
Yes, indeed. But I mean, it is interesting because it's going to add fuel to the fire of the double levered ETF thing that we talked about with Dean Kernut. So right now, the leveraged ETF on SK Hynix is listed in Korea, or actually it's listed in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So
there's an American one coming. You got the email today?
Yes, I got the email. So ProShares is planning to launch an ETF. So they're expecting SK Hynix to be fully priced and trading, I believe, by the end of this week. And I think on the 13th, so that's a week from today. So next Monday, we will likely get double levered SK Hynix here in the US ETF. That can just magnify the effects going in both directions. So just as you said, it's not detracting. And if anything, I think it's going to add more fuel to the fire.
Yes, I do you think there's a chance that you get like a market accident that I would not characterize as a bear market, but like in the same way when long-term capital management failed in 1997 or the Asian financial crisis, you get these blips that give the bears a lot of hope, and like the market crashes, I don't know, 15% in 1 to 3 weeks, but then that's the start of the next leg higher.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting.
Which I am seriously entertaining that. I wouldn't say that's my base case, but I do also want to note that is the classic, like someone going on financial media of kind of talking out of both ends of being like, well, I think we're going to have a massive crash, but also it's a buying opportunity.
Oh yeah. But I mean, people are interested. Bailey Gifford, Kotu, as well
big names,
as well as situational awareness.
Nice.
Leopold Aschenbrenner.
So, and some of those are members of your tennis club. We won't say who.
I don't know. But yeah, Bailey Gifford, Kotu, Leopold Aschenbrenner. So less of a retail offering, more of an institutional offering here coming for SK Hynix. So that'll be interesting to see how it opens up on Monday, what it does. I mean, it does have the potential, like with other big IPOs, like the space sector broadly sold off as people had been investing in these other things. So I think it'll be interesting to see like what happens with a Micron, with a SanDisk once you get SK Hynix out there. Will it temporarily sort of pull things away? The difference is with a lot of those other sort of like also rans in the space sector, like many of them were like largely don't have a lot of revenues and profits.
Yeah.
And so there's a question as to how much of the interest is speculative versus investment. Anytime things go up as much as Micron and SanDisk have, I don't care how good the fundamentals are. There's speculative interest in those names.
For sure, there's speculative interest, but the fundamentals like have been rock solid. I think where you start to get where like a bear market turns from a possibility to a probability is when like if you the companies that have like no business, arguably like being a company go public. And I think we saw some of that in 2021. Obviously we weren't, adults then, but like in the .com bubble, we saw a lot of that. I think of like, Wolf of Wall Street. If you see of that movie of like when he's finally doing the stock, like the penny stock, and it's like Aerotyne International, like when those type of companies go public, that is pretty close to the top. Again, it's not that could be 7 months from the top, and if you just buy all the puts, you go broke, even though you're kind of right on the fundamentals.
Yes, indeed.
I actually going back from New Hampshire to New York, I saw like a very old school lithography and printing shop like off of the highway, and I literally thought, I'm like, this is the type of company that when this company like files for an IPO, that's when you want to sell semiconductor stock.
You mean like Long Island blockchain?
Exactly.
Yes. Or what was it? The Delhi?
Yes. I never looked into that. I know Matt Levine, shout out, he wrote about that, but yeah.
Yes. We haven't quite had our Long Island blockchain Delhi moment yet.
We have in terms of the Allbirds, but again, that's such a tiny stock, and I don't think that very many people are taking that seriously. Okay, they could come out with. I'll eat my words, and if they actually do something breakthrough that's legit, I'll have them on the show. But that's certainly not my base case. I don't think that is the Allbirds is not like the norm.
I forget who I was talking to this past week, but somebody said like a current executive is like they won't even remember the shoes.
Yeah.
By the time this is all done, they won't even remember the shoes.
What shoes? Max, in the few minutes we have left, I do want to talk about just a fun little plumbing thing, which is that there's several emerging market ETFs. The Vanguard one uses an index, I think from FTSE Russell, owned by London Stock Exchange, that does not use South Korea as an emerging market, whereas iShares, BlackRock, they use the MSCI emerging market ETF, which does count South Korea as an emerging market. So even though on a GDP and income basis, South Korea is like a wealthy country, like probably close to, I don't know, Belgium or something, for some reason, and MSCI still qualifies it as an emerging market. Maybe that's for some governance reasons. Like
it is.
Yeah, it's for governance reasons. That Samsung is like basically a family-run company, and that it has extremely strong relationships with the government, to put it mildly. So for that reason, FTSE has excluded it, but MSCI has. Sorry. For that reason, MSCI has it as an emerging market, whereas FTSE says, no, it's a rich country. What are we doing here? So that's why if we could put the chart up here, that the BlackRock emerging market ETF is up so much more than the Vanguard FTSE emerging market ETF.
Yeah, and I looked into this because I was shocked when I found out that South Korea was an emerging market. So they have, and if you look in the SK Hynix F1, they talk about like their currency controls. So one of the reasons why South Korea is considered an emerging market is because they have capital restrictions. As well, as you said, many of the companies are family owned, and actually they didn't have, like, minority shareholders didn't quite have the same rights that we think about here, where a director of a company is responsible to act in the best interest of the shareholders. South Korea just recently made it so that minority shareholders can sue majority shareholders for basically doing things that are not in the best interest of shareholders. They have weird taxes on inheritance. And so it was like, if you have a very, very old holder who's in the family who's about to pass down to the next generation, it would actually make sense for them to like drive the share price down so that the tax impact on the next generation that's taking the shares was doing it. So, you had things that were not in the best interest of shareholders happening, similar to Japan, which took a look at their markets and said, yeah, we need to fix this if we want foreign capital to come in. They started making people report in English, things like that are going to bring in foreign investors. South Korea has started to do that. So the question as to whether South Korea is going to remain an emerging market over the next few years, I think is definitely an open one, because they're actually undergoing a lot of reforms to try and fix some of these problems, which are why it is currently in the MSCI.
Yes, and thanks for that explanation. Those reasons should, over a long-term time horizon, many cycles, like, positively impact investor returns. But don't get it twisted. Like, what's going to impact South Korea EWI right now is SK Hynix and Samsung, and then literally the third listed companies is an SK conglomerate, which owns SK Hynix. So it is an extremely concentrated bet on semiconductors and AI. I think it's probably about 50 to 60% conservatively. Let's say 60%. So again, though, people say, oh my God, there's such a risk. Yes, but also it's a giant opportunity if the AI trade continues to work out.
Yeah, I actually just interviewed.
Down, by the way. Go ahead.
I just interviewed a large hedge fund manager. They've made a move into Asia. It's coming out on my podcast tomorrow. They run about $20 billion. They just made a big move into Japan, and we talked about this because Japan, you can really look at it as being a few years ahead of South Korea with these reforms. And since they started implementing the first of the reforms in 2021, the Japanese market has outperformed the S&P 500 quite handily. I think it's by over 5% annualized. But if you pull out the AI stocks, the outperformance is like only like maybe like 1% annualized. So it is still like, we went from a period where Japanese stocks were massively underperforming US markets to where the non-AI linked stock is now keeping up with or slightly outperforming. And then when you throw in the high-tech nature of the overall market, then you get this huge outperformance. So, it's not going to be enough if SK Hynix and Samsung blow up, but if you use Japan as any sort of indicator, it bodes well for the many very cheap Korean stocks that are in that market.
Yeah, Japan, I think, is a little underrated still, honestly, at least based on Twitter sentiment, of its AI exposure in terms of the industrial supply chains, like the photoresist. I mean, there's a company called Disco that literally makes these extremely precise diamond blades. There's photonic stock that's maybe just too small for me to talk about, that I was just looking into this weekend. So it's exciting space. We will be back on monitoring the situation tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Back to you and Theo and the folks at MTS. Thanks. All right, we are back. We are live with Jay Schwartz, who is the chief of the FCC Space Bureau. I was actually, before this, not even aware that there was an FCC Space Bureau. Jay leads the commission's work on space licensing, satellite communication, spectrum management. Before that, he was a VP of Public Policy at Comcast and worked at the FCC in other roles. Jay, welcome to MTS.
Hey, thanks a lot.
So can you go into a little bit of detail about what the FCC Space Bureau does and what the current administration is working on in space?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, the Space Bureau only has been around for about 3 years. So this was a new development, broke out of a previous bureau, really in recognition of how important space is to our economy. And so the way we're thinking about our space agenda that we've really been at for about the last 18 months in this administration is that we are at a pretty significant point in time in the industry. We're at this important pivot point, right? And you see just incredible innovation and incredible investment that's happening. So on the innovation side, we've really moved from a world where I call it like the traditional space and satellite world, which was a small number of entities tending to be government run or government backed. And you would build a satellite and you'd leave it up there for 15 years. And typically they were communication satellites. We've now pivoted to, we still have communication satellites and we have the big constellations like the SpaceX Starlink, but you're seeing lots more with Earth observation, sensing, obviously lunar, People want to do manufacturing in space, manufacturing drugs in space, for instance, all sorts of other kind of crazy things, even stuff as maybe seemingly far-fetched as asteroid mining. And so we've pivoted to a much greater diversity of just the type of innovation that's happening, and then the type of investment too, right? So a lot of VC investment, and then you're seeing a lot more deal flow and transactions. So we've had some enormous ones that we've sort of come across the desk in the last few months, whether it's big SpaceX acquisition of Spectrum, Amazon's acquiring Global Star. We just had Rocket Labs acquiring Iridium, announced a few days ago, and you just have a ton of activity. And so that recognition that we're going from old school space to new school space really frames what we're trying to do in our agenda, because we want to make sure the United States and our space policy is as hospitable as possible to this innovation and investment, because we recognize there's a real opportunity here. So that's our goal. That's everything that we're doing. And so I know we'll get a chance to talk more about some of the details, but I use three words. I talk about we're going to talk about speed, we're going to talk about spectrum, and we talk about scrubbing. And so speed is we got to act faster. So the pace of the industry much faster than it ever was, and so government has to be fast too, and accelerate things, and so operate at speed. We also need to make sure that spectrum is being efficiently used, is in the hands of companies that are going to use it and do amazing things. And then scrubbing is really about scrubbing through all of our old technical rules. So we've been doing a lot of that too. There's a lot of things on the books that have been there for years and years, decades and decades, designed under old assumptions, old technologies. And it turns out some of those things have been real bottlenecks, for instance, to delivering like high-speed broadband to rural areas. And so we've been going through, scraping through, scrubbing through our technical rules.
Interesting. What is the space licensing assembly line?
So this is really exciting, and in many ways one of our signature items that we just announced last week that we're going to be voting on as a commission on July 22nd. So when we came in 18 months ago, the licensing operation the backlog was piling up. So this transition that I just talked about as we were going from old school to new school space had obviously been happening. It's been happening now for probably at least a decade, but government hadn't caught up. And so we recognized that what really needed to happen is we needed to scale our operations to match what was happening in the industry to keep up. And at that point, as I said, backlogs were piling up. And so I often talk about how we are in the space industrial revolution. So that's what I say is happening today. If you think about the original industrial revolution, it was society going from bespoke handicraft, made by one person, and then eventually, we get to more manufacturing systems and eventually the assembly line. And so we decided, okay, as we're going to scale the rules for how we do the licensing at the FCC for these space systems, we really need to build an assembly line, and that's how we're going to scale. And so we talk about both wanting to provide speed and predictability with this assembly line. So I think speed's pretty obvious. We went from a world where it was taking well over a year for someone to get their license, right? And that's like an important piece of paper if you're a startup and you're trying to prove out that your system's going to work. If you have to wait for a year, that could kill your company potentially. But just as important, we think, is predictability, right? So in the same way assembly line provides predictability every single time is the same, we want to make sure that companies coming to us and asking for the permission that they need to deploy these space systems have a pretty good sense about how their application is going to be treated when it comes to us, right? If your lawyer says, oh, well, it's going to be somewhere between 2 months and 5 years, that doesn't really help you at all, right? That's zero predictability. And so we want to provide that speed, but just as importantly, the predictability that how the rules are going to be applied to your application. That, hey, actually, I am going to have a deviation from it here. So that's going to require maybe a little bit more focused look. And so this licensing assembly line, there's a lot we could say about it, but I think one of the central elements that we've employed here is a lot of bright line certifications. And that really just is when someone puts in an application, if they check the boxes and they say, yes, my system complies within the four corners of the FCC's rules, and they can certify that, then they should be presumed to be acceptable, presumed to be in the public interest in the language of the FCC. And so we create those four corners, and if your bright line certifications are thumbs up, you're presumed acceptable, then you can expect that your license is going to go along that assembly line very, very quickly.
So why wasn't it like this already? Like, how would the FCC licensing process work before the assembly line? And like, what are the kinds of things that the licensing process checks for?
Yeah, so we have a number of things, most of which are statutory. So the core work of the FCC is really about managing the spectrum, right? It's managing the radio frequency spectrum that all of these satellite systems have to use, whether for communications or what's called tracking, telemetry, and control. So essentially controlling the spacecraft. But all of that's going to use the radio frequency spectrum. And so the FCC's really core job here is making sure that that's done in a way that you don't get you don't have a bunch of interference, right? And all these systems can operate. You don't interfere with cell phones. You don't interfere with airplanes, and so that's the core of what we're looking at. And we're authorizing a system to use a frequency for their system. There's also things that we have to look at, like foreign ownership. So sort of like a national security foreign ownership check. And then I say the third piece that we look at is space safety. So this is orbital debris type issues, making sure that satellites are not going to collide with each other, because that would obviously be a problem for our chief mandate around communications. And so we're still doing all of those reviews in the licensing assembly line. Those are actually at the core of our review. And we talk a lot about how we want to focus on the things that Congress told us to focus on, and not focus on a whole bunch of other things, which often I would say the FCC in the past maybe has meandered into just looking at things that aren't necessarily core to that mandate. And so to answer your question, what was it like before? Well, first of all, you didn't have a presumption that if you designed a system and proposed a system to us that falls squarely within the four corners of the commission's rules, that you would be approved. So that's our bright line certifications, is we don't need to review deeply every bit of it if we know that it complies with our rules. We just need to look at the parts that maybe fall outside of those rules, right? The deviation. So before, it was a bespoke review of the entire system, whether it falls within our rules or not. And then I think the second thing where we've really tried to focus on and stick to our knitting is those core areas that I mentioned, looking at the spectrum, looking at foreign ownership, looking at space safety, and not getting distracted by other things which are really outside the remit that Congress directed us to look into.
Yeah, that makes sense. So this is your first job that's related to space. You didn't have a space background before arriving at this job. What are some of the things that you have found to be that you found to have like the steepest learning curve? Like, what did you not expect about space when you started?
Yeah, look, I think that there is, in many ways, the steepest learning curve for me, I think, was just becoming acquainted with all of the details of particularly like the frequency bands, right? So there's so much history in all of that, which matters. So when you're reviewing a system and you're authorizing a system, there's always going to be incumbents in those bands, and there's going to be potentially decades of history behind that band, and how other incumbents were given access to that band, because ultimately they have to coexist with the new system. And so it's almost like these geological layers of that built up within any given band. And so I came in not having a background in space, but I had a staff that is very, very experienced. And so what I had to do is I had to come in and just ask a lot of questions and rely on that staff to teach me about the the history in any given band. But I think that was by far the steepest learning curve.
How far does the regulatory purview of the FCC extend with space companies? Like, what does the FCC not cover?
Great question. And becoming an increasingly more relevant one, as we're moving away from just pure communications or pure Earth observation, and now all of these new and really exciting activities that people want to do in space. And so the way we view it is that our purview is really focused on managing the spectrum. So, managing the spectrum and promoting and protecting the ability for communications to occur, right? So that's how we get at managing the spectrum. We license, we actually, the statute talks about us licensing an apparatus to transmit and receive over the radio frequency spectrum. So that's sort of like 1934 language to talk about us managing the spectrum. So we hook onto that. That's our core piece. And then the space safety piece is really about, look, if you have collisions going on up there, taking down communication satellites, then that's a problem. But that is most of the that's most of the boundaries of what we believe we need to look at. What you are doing, the way I say it is, like, what you're doing inside your own spacecraft is your business. It may be another part of the government's business, but the things that people want to do on the spacecraft that are kind of outside of those bounds, we do not have a purview into in general. Now, there are other parts of the government that may have a hook into that and have legitimate reasons to look at it. And there's been a lot of discussion over the years about what are those areas that might need to have other parts of government look into it. But to answer your question, it's really the spectrum and the related space safety in service of protecting communications.
Makes sense, yeah. So low Earth orbit is like it's a limited resource, which the FCC is tasked with, and other regulatory organizations are tasked with allocating that limited resource. Why aren't there like prices on it, or are there? Like, is there a way to use the price system in order to allocate this scarce resource like with others?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's and you probably figured out I'm an economist, so always thinking about price mechanisms. So I think there's a couple things that you would have to consider as you think about that. So first of all, there is actually a law that does prevent for instance, auctioning off some of these resources. So it's called the Orbit Act, and Congress passed it several decades ago. And so that's one thing that might get in your way. Historically, using prices in this area, all this spectrum is shared. So unlike terrestrial spectrum used for your mobile operators, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile acquire, and they acquire those at auctions, spectrum historically has been shared for these satellite operations. So it's just not the way things have been done. Now, you also mentioned orbits. I think that there could be potentially a conversation around that at some point, but that's not something that's been done. The other thing I would say, though,
a great way for the government to generate revenue if more and more economic activity is being conducted in space.
Yeah. So the other challenge that's different from many assets which only exist domestically is orbits are international, right? So you would have to figure out how to skin that cat as well. So I think there's some very legitimate challenges. I'm always open to a good conversation as an economist about how we could allocate more efficiently through the price mechanism. What I will say is we have seen, and I think there are dimensions, particularly on the spectrum side, in which you still have some market mechanisms working. So, for instance, I talked about some of these deals, right, for access to spectrum. SpaceX getting Dish, Amazon going after Globalstar, and that's a little bit of like a secondary market transaction, which is hopefully putting some of the spectrum to higher and better use. And then you have other ways that potentially the price mechanism can work into it. But I think it's a very valid like long-term conversation as we become this becomes an area of like more and more economic activity for sure.
So the FCC, like some other orgs, is legally required to be bipartisan. So it's got 5 members, and no more than 3 of them can belong to the same party at the same time. Do you find this institution designed to be like effective? Do you think that it slows anything down, or does it work just fine? Because from my outside view, it seems to work pretty much fine. How does FCC licensing translate directly into like domestic industry? Because there's a lot of domestic industry that comes out of space that people don't really see. How does the FCC specifically help with that?
Yeah, so look, all the discussion about reindustrialization and manufacturing, hard tech manufacturing in the United States. I mean, the space industry, I think, is a great opportunity here. I was in Southern California, Bay Area, got the opportunity to visit, a number of space companies, and it was just incredible and wonderful to walk in and see like really great hard tech manufacturing happening in the United States. Right, you would walk into massive facilities. In some cases, you'd walk into a startup that's only been around for a few months, but in all of them, you were seeing like actual manufacturing happening in the United States. And to a T, like every place I visited, they like you'd be showing you this facility and be like, hey, let's walk into this room, or let's walk across the street and I'll show you, the new building that we just acquired, right, where we're expanding into. And we're going to hire, you go through like the numbers of you're like, how many people do you have? And it'd be like, well, we got 300 today. Last year we had 150. Before that we had like 50 people. And like just they're more than doubling, right? And so you see this great manufacturing story coming out of the space industry, and there's a number of key pockets across the United States. So that's been really gratifying to see and exciting. And if you think about like what the space economy can do for sort of this whole like reindustrialization story in the United States. I mean, first of all, you're having to make really long horizon capital investments into things, whether it's launch pads, heavy lift systems, obviously satellite manufacturing, whether you're SpaceX or your Amazon, they have these massive satellite manufacturing facilities here in the United States, but they're putting in a ton of capital, right? Which like leads to these, these well-paying, high-skilled domestic workforces building up in these pockets across the country. I think the second one, right, is you get these spillover effects from this. There's a lot of hard things that you got to figure out to operate in space, whether it's because of like radiation or how to design new materials, make sure they can get through launch, all sorts of things. And so there's going to be like spillover effects to other industries, right? As we like build up those capabilities in the United States and hopefully rebuild our manufacturing base. So those are of course very attenuated from like the FCC licenses, but our sort of mantra when we talk about like what we're trying to do is we say we want the United States to be the best place to build, operate, and license space systems in the entire world. Like that's what we're trying to achieve, right? So like all of this stuff that I've been talking about, like licensing assembly line, go faster, be more predictable, is all to make sure that this is the best place to build and operate and license in the entire world. And my boss, Chairman Carr, he has a Build America agenda. He talks about the Build America agenda. Space is one of the key planks there. It's all about building here. And so, we view us, our role as like how can we, kind of get out of the way as much as possible, right? We're not rocket scientists, we're not venture capitalists, but we are, like, by law, gatekeepers. So how can we make sure we do that in as wise a way as possible and get out of the way, as much as possible, so that all of these good things can flow downstream from some startup or some big company getting their license and going and manufacturing in America.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to Chairman Carr a few weeks ago. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Lots of interesting stuff to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never, it never occurred to me how big of an organization the FCC is and how much it covers that nobody really thinks about.
Yep.
Well, this has been super interesting. We love talking about space, and it's only going to get more important. So thank you so much, Jay, for coming on MTS.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks a lot.
And we'll be right back. It's sponsor time. It's time to thank our sponsors, starting with Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS. We also have 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality, 11labs.io/MTS. And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com. Shout out to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com. And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com. And finally, Macroscope, AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS. So thank you to our sponsors, Neon, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick, and Macroscope. We love our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. And we'll be back tomorrow on July 7th.